Today is the final home date of the 2015 baseball season here at Grand Valley, and the Lakers of Jamie Detillion are hoping for a doubleheader sweep against Findlay that would stoke their title hopes again this season. Hi everyone, I'm Tom Cleary with you today on the Grand Valley Sports Network. A sunny, breezy day for baseball here in Allendale. These two teams played yesterday, a doubleheader. Findlay surprised the Lakers in the opener with some good pitching and excellent defense for a 4-1 win. Grand Valley, though, came back strong to win the nightcap. And today, Patrick Kelly will try to make it two straight here in the opener for Grand Valley against the Oilers, who ran out of gas late in the contest yesterday, giving up 6 runs in the final 2 at-bats for the Lakers in a 12-6 defeat. Kelly has been very good this year, comes in with a record of 4-1 this season. He had a little bit of an off year in 2014, was injured part of the year, had an injury to his pitching hand after a standout season 2 years ago in his opening campaign in Allendale. Grand Valley with a good crowd here today, a lot of families on hand, parents here for Senior Day and the festivities that will continue on between contests here this afternoon. We'll be here until we're done playing baseball later on this afternoon. It is Grand Valley hoping to show off that gaudy offense that has been so much in evidence much of this season, but got stalled in the first game yesterday. Guys like Kevin Zach and Jamie Potts were really slowed by the pitching of Austin Rodeski and Alex Williams. And this afternoon, Jamie Detillion looking on from the dugout, hopes that Pat Kelly can get it done for the Lakers while the offense rakes the ball in the manner in which they showed on Wednesday in a 32-run outburst in the doubleheader in Midland against Northwood University. So here is the first pitch of the contest. That's a half swing by Josh Schweer, the center fielder, for strike one. Patrick Kelly, not the biggest guy, not the prototypical pitcher of today in terms of size, but a lot of determination, dogged competitor. And he misses with that one down low. It's 1-1. Schweer played the entire way yesterday, and he's got a base hit to start this one off. Ball into the gap, hustled over. Mike Nadrotowski makes the pickoff and sends it back in. So a line single for Josh Schweer to start things off today for the Oilers from Findlay. And that'll bring up the second baseman, who moves well up in the batting order today. It's Cameron Johnson. Johnson and his Keystone combination mate Kevin Schrock played well in that first game. They were involved in a lot of important defensive plays, one of which was a ground ball double play that Jamie Potts hit into. Those guys showed well. Patrick Kelly's going to send one across. That's Matt Williams on first base today for the Lakers here in game one. We saw him yesterday in relief in both contests. Northern Illinois transfer has got some stick too. That's a bunt. It's a pretty good one, but it's going to be a foul ball, they say now. That ball must have come up and hit the batter. Both umpires signal. I didn't see it myself, but I think you'll see that this one probably came up and caught some of the batter in the box. And it looked like it got him right on the arm there, maybe. And right away you see the base umpire jumping out, Sean Howard. Nathan Thompson, by the way, is behind the plate for game one. So the bunt attempt goes awry, and Johnson will do it again. Findlay has played a lot of small ball in this series so far. They want to move the ball on the ground. That one got away from Matt Williams, and you might have predicted something like that would happen. Williams will get over and retrieve it up against the fence there. Williams, a very good athlete. He's a sure-handed guy, a receiver on the football team who catches punts as well. That one, I think you really have to put on him. A little bit into the runner, but he just kind of waved on it. And it's an error that sends the runner down to second base. And now the bunt really becomes a weapon for Findlay here. Nobody out, a man on second already. And if Johnson puts one down, as we expect he will, Findlay will have a man down at third with fewer than 2 outs. That's a strike. That's interesting now because he's gone to 0-2 on the batter. Patrick Kelly has. Interesting sort of alignment. Williams down at first is not really expecting that this ball will be put into play via the bunt here with 2 strikes. Grand Valley defensively, we'll give you that in just a moment after this pitch. Patrick Kelly trying for the strikeout, doesn't get it, very nearly did. Grand Valley in the infield today, Kozlowski at third, Zach at short for game one, Abel at second, Matt Williams at first. It's John McLaughlin, who had a huge game in the nightcap yesterday. 4 hits in that contest. You couldn't get him out. Rebecki in left field, Nadrotowski in center, Jamie Potts in right to back up the right-handed slants of Patrick Kelly. 2-strike pitch coming again. Ball on the ground. Zach is going to have to go to first with this one. And Grand Valley a little too casual in the field. It was not a good throw by Zach, and probably a ball that Williams could have handled but didn't. And now it's first and third with nobody out, and Jamie Titillion's going to come out. I think Kevin really has to gas this one over a little bit more. He had a throwing area, I think, yesterday as well. And Matt Williams is getting a workout already in his first inning at first base. So Grand Valley has made a couple miscues here in the top of the first, putting runners at first and third. Patrick Kelly, I don't think that confab was meant all that much for him. Can't really blame what occurred behind him. But this really should have been the first out. The ball is behind the runner, so Schweer is going to make third, but I thought that really Zach took a little bit too much time to get it over there, and he kind of short-armed the ball to first base, and Matt Williams couldn't backhand it. So now some real issues. John McLaughlin, good work behind the dish. Chase Goulet, the DH, batting for the first time. Left-hander. He puts it in play. Grand Valley's going to give up a run for an out on the infield. Two on, nobody out here in the top of the first. A little bit of a sloppy start for the home side here. Grand Valley trying to dig out right now. A strikeout would be great for Patrick Kelly, but he's not a real strikeout pitcher. His numbers don't suggest that. Good bit of breeze here today. The direction of the wind has changed slightly. It was blowing pretty much out of the southwest yesterday from left across to right field. Helped a couple of balls hit that way. Nobody knocked one out yesterday in the doubleheader. This is on the ground, past Williams. Second baseman Abel's got it. Kelly can't get there in time. A run scores. That's going to go as an infield hit. And it's all gone wrong here in the first inning for Grand Valley. The play made by Abel, I think Williams goes for this ball, and he's right to do so. It's in his area. Patrick Kelly did not break immediately toward first base. Jesse Abel's got it. This should be an out, but he just has to squeeze it and then doesn't throw it away. So now runners at first and second, a run in. And still nobody out. And would they bunt with their cleanup man? I suspect they would and will and do. Kelly's going to field this one. Abel at first gets the put out. Jorgen puts it down. Good basic baseball again, kind of the way it was for Findlay in the first game yesterday. Runners at second and third now after the sacrifice goes pitcher to the second baseman covering. Austin Adams batting for the first time in this series, playing in left field here in game one. Another left-handed hitter, and Grand Valley's going to bring everybody in on the infield now. They don't want to fall behind by 3, and they'll take a chance here. This is a ball fair down the first baseline past Williams. This will score 2 easily. Potts will get over. Adams will cruise into second. Now the ball is thrown away, but backing up is the left fielder for the Lakers. Wow. Not the start Grand Valley was looking for, and if you're Matt Williams right now, you're trying to find a hole to climb into. Not really his fault there. The ball was hit right down the line, but everything seemingly has just been tantalizingly out of his reach. 3 runs in, a man at second, still just 1 out. And this is Troy Merriman, the young man from West Michigan who played well in the doubleheader yesterday, played both games at third base. This guy can move the baseball as well. Young freshman player. He is not overmatched at all at this level. Findlay with 3 in the top of the first, and some issues on the infield for the Lakers here. Can they get out of it? This is going to be a ground ball toward the hole. Abel's going to gobble it up, and he gets it to Williams this time for the second out of the inning. So Grand Valley comes up with a good play that time, as Jesse Abel had to range far to his left to get that one and get the put out on Merriman. It's a good breaking ball on the outside. Abel was playing up the middle against Merriman. Had to kind of hurry it. And here is Pete Burkett, the first baseman, with 2 out, a man at third, 3 in for Findlay on this breezy Saturday. This is on the ground toward third, cut off. Grand Valley guns it across with Kozlowski making the play to get the Lakers out of a very tough top half of the first. We go to the home half. It's Findlay 3, Grand Valley nothing on the Grand Valley Sports Network.
For about the past 7 months, Ellie's been running really high fevers, anywhere from 101 to 105. I really appreciated that when Ellie was going through a lot of her health problems that Dr. Duttler called me personally.
I think it's important for parents to know that we really care about these kids just as we would care for our own children. Access to health is really an important part of being a medical home in primary care. So we do allow our patients to make same-day appointments whenever possible. They can email me, or they can call.
Ellie really likes going to see Dr. Duttler. Doctor.
Well, the Lakers will be facing this man, the right-hander Mason Mayberry, a right-hander for Findlay, who's been staked to a 3-0 lead. Grand Valley was a little bit sloppy in the field in the first inning. That's a bit of an understatement. They had a throw-it pickoff attempt that got away at first base, an error by the senior shortstop Kevin Zach, and a couple of other plays that were not handled quite properly. And as a result, they're behind 3. And in a sense, kind of fortunate it didn't end up any worse than that. Patrick Kelly was able to bear down and get Merriman and Burkett on groundouts to end the inning with a runner in scoring position. So here's Mike Nadrotowski leading off for the Lakers. Senior who played at Plymouth High down in Southeast Michigan. From Canton is Mike, left-handed hitter. Good speed. Mayberry has got to force himself to really attack the zone here with this early lead. Be very discouraging for Findlay if he were to give some of these runs back right from the get-go. Right back to the screen for Mike Nadrotowski. That's on the ground in the hole. Good play by the shortstop Schrock. Gunned it across. Well, we talked about it yesterday. He doesn't possess a great arm, but he realizes what he has to do with that baseball. And from glove to throwing hand, a very quick transition by Kevin Schrock to get Nadrotowski for the first out here in the Grand Valley first. Against some guys, Mike Nadrotowski will beat this one out, but Schrock looks like he's using every ounce of energy in his body to throw that baseball, but it worked, and he's got Nadro for the first out here in the bottom of the first. Jesse Abel batting next for the Lakers. It's a breaking ball on the edge.
Second baseman Jesse Abel.
One and one to count to Jesse with Kevin Zach on deck for the Lakers here. It's 3 straight that he's tried to crowd Jesse Abel with. Curveball and 2 fastballs. 2-1 count now. That ball's hit hard to short. Big bounce this time for Schrock, and he'll send it across again. So 2 up, 2 to the shortstop, and 2 down for Grand Valley, and that'll bring up Zach. Zach goes after a breaking pitch. First strike 1. The defensive alignment for Findlay in this contest: Merriman at third, Schrock at short, Cameron Johnson at second, Pete Burkett at first, Miguel Valdez getting a start behind the plate. Christian Johnson went the entire way yesterday. Zach with a base hit to right field with 2 out. Good inside out swing by Kevin Zach on that delivery, and he gets a base hit. Zach in yesterday's doubleheader had 1 hit in the first game, 2 in the second. And here is Jamie Potts with 2 gone in the Grand Valley first. Jamie made a bid for a home run yesterday, hit a ball that was flagged down by Logan Hara in center field. Hara's not playing in game 1. It's Schweer moving over to center, Austin Adams in left, and Jorgen is the right fielder.
Right fielder Jamie Potts.
Jamie Potts had 2 hits and a walk in game 2. Finally got it going a little bit. Will Zach be running in this situation? I doubt it. Not with Jamie up there. The ball's off the plate. 2-0 now to the Grand Valley cleanup man, the right fielder Jamie Potts. About the same temperature at game time as yesterday, but a bit breezier with the hint of stormy weather coming later in the weekend, tomorrow probably, or possibly on Monday. That one's a good pitch, low and on the corner on the outside to Jamie Potts. 2-1. Grand Valley would love to get 1 or 2 back right here after that shaky first frame behind Patrick Kelly, which saw the Lakers commit a couple of errors and also had a few mental mistakes as well. Zach barely got back in time with a dive. This play is closer than you think. Oh, Zach had his hand on the foot of the first baseman there. He was blocking the base. Now Zach is going, and he is going to get in with the stolen base. Count goes to 3-1 on Jamie Potts. Well, if you thought he had lost his nerve after nearly being picked off, guess again. Kevin Zach with a little bit of a peek. They actually made this closer than I thought it would be, but Kevin Zach is in under the tag of the shortstop Kevin Schrock. So runner in scoring position for Jamie now. Aaron Overbeck is on deck. Lakers would like to get one right now after falling behind 3-0, and that is going to be ball 4. So now, with Overbeck coming to the plate, you're talking about a guy who drove a ball down the right field line yesterday that was well out of the yard, but it blew foul. It was the one ball that really got up in the breeze in that direction for Grand Valley. And quite honestly, Aaron Overbeck, I'm not sure he got it exactly the way he would like to, but tremendous amount of carry. But the wind took it about 10 feet foul. He's up there right now where one swing could change this game dramatically. Curveball in the outside corner.
Designated hitter Aaron Overbeck.
Mayberry. That's a good pitcher's pitch there, just off the plate. And the count goes to 1-1. A little bit of a breaking ball there. Kind of a, I guess today most pitchers would consider that their cut fastball. In the old days, you might have called that a slider. Mayberry facing Overbeck with 2 on. And That one is down in the dirt. So Aaron moves ahead in the count here with Jason Rebecki on deck for Grand Valley, trailing 3-0 here in the first inning in our doubleheader today in the Grand Valley Sports Network. Mayberry taking some time. Overbeck up the middle, through for a base hit. This should score the first Grand Valley run. Zach will come in to touch the plate. Ball gets by the catcher. They may have a play at third. Potts trying for it. He's in. And Grand Valley gets one of the three back on the base hit by Aaron Overbeck. Boy, Schrock very nearly knocked that one down, which would have saved the run, but that ball got into center field, and Zach, with 2 outs going on contact, had no difficulty speeding home. So Zach continues to add to the total that he has for his career. Now the leading run scorer in Grand Valley history. Broke the old mark of Giancarlo Brugnoni yesterday, and doesn't look like he's going to stop anytime soon. Potts to third. Here's Rebecki. Well, let's see what he can do in this situation. Went right through that one.
Left fielder Jason Rebecki.
Junior college player from Muskegon is Jason Rebecki. Got tied up there. That ball cut in on his hands. Good opportunity here for the Lakers. Left-handed hitter. Couldn't find the breaking ball that time, so it's quickly 0-2 against Mason Mayberry. Grand Valley gave up 3 in the top of the first. They've struck back with 1 here in the bottom half of the inning. Just enough of a wrinkle on that one to get Rebecki off stride. A little bit out in front. Jamie Potts at third. Overbeck at first. Lakers down 2. And the old step off, move toward third, then look back to first. It works at some level of baseball once every season, but not this time. Rebecki on that one, back to the screen. Good eye by Rebecki that time. That ball just off the corner. Good pitch by Mayberry, trying to get him to chase. 1-2. 2 gone here. Bottom of the first inning. Grand Valley has gotten 1 back after giving up 3 to start this ball game. This is on the ground towards second. Big hop down there. Cameron Johnson across for out number 3. But the Lakers score a run, get a couple of hits. They leave 2. Second inning coming up on the Grand Valley Sports Network.
Gotta go. I'd like to welcome you to our basement. I'd like to read a brief statement. We, the Hubacher family, are pleased to announce today that we've acquired the following players: Buster Posey, Mike Trout, Yadier Molina, Bryce Harper, Derek Jeter, and Miguel Cabrera. We believe that this demonstrates, once again, our family's unwavering commitment to assemble the very best team in this neighborhood.
Mr. Hubacher, you've really upped the ante here. How do you expect the other families in the neighborhood to respond?
Well, the Harris family's gonna be none too pleased.
Word is the Harrises are putting together quite a team of their own. Any concerns?
Under Cliff Harris's mismanagement, they already used up all their wall space with a bunch of paintings. I mean, really, come on.
Dad.
I know.
All right, next question.
Start building your own dream team at fathead.com.
A lot of folks on campus today, and a lot of them have sauntered over to the baseball game. Probably a few families here on Senior Day at Grand Valley, but The campus is bustling with activity. A lot of folks outside. Saw some beach volleyball games going on yesterday when I left here after the doubleheader. Just enjoying the sunshine after a tough start here weather-wise to 2015 in West Michigan. Really began about the first of the year, but we're past it now and on to baseball season. Both teams kicking up their heels a little bit in the first inning. Patrick Kelly, though, settled down, got 2 big outs to end it when he did after falling behind 3-0. Grand Valley made a couple of errors behind Kelly that led to those 3 runs, and now it's Miguel Valdez leading off. It's a little tapper. Third baseman makes the nice play on it, and a toss across, beautifully done there by Mitchell Kozlowski. Well, Kelly went for that ball, but for the pitcher, if he gets it, it's going to be very, very difficult to make the stop, turn, and throw. And Kozlowski managed to get it on a big enough bounce to be able to get something on it. Valdez moved pretty well down the line here. That was an in-between hop, not an easy one, and a really fine play for out number 1. Schrock, the shortstop, he's been involved already here defensively. Has a couple of assists in this game. He's batting in the number 9 spot again here in this contest. Off speed from Patrick Kelly. Schrock is from Berlin, Ohio, a sophomore. Two and 1 now with Patrick Kelly on the hill for Grand Valley here in game 1 of this doubleheader. This is on the ground to Kozlowski. Got a big hop this time. But when he makes the play, Schrock kind of pulled up there rather than bounce into Matt Williams. And I'm not sure if it's the wind or what it is here today, but we've seen some balls flying around a little bit on the infield. And I think Williams is touch inexperienced over there at first base. Not to say he hadn't played there before, but he hasn't played there recently, not this season for Grand Valley. Generally used out of the bullpen. He possesses some bat speed, though, and Jamie Detillion likes to get him into the lineup on occasion, like he's doing today. Here is Schweer, who scored a run in the first, had a single to start the game against Patrick Kelly. 2 gone in the Findlay second. Kelly now has sat down the last 4 consecutively. That breaking ball hangs a little wide. Thinking about bunting, waved at that curve. This is on the ground. Zach on the backhand. Let's see if he can make a good toss this time. Not quite able to get it there. The runner will go to second. It's the second throwing error of the contest for Zach, and that one you can certainly justify. He's got to make a tough play. I'm not sure how well he was able to set here deep in the hole, and it's a bang-bang play at first. Well, Williams makes the big stretch, but just not able to reel it in. So Schweer is on for the second time. It's the 3rd Laker error, and here's Cameron Johnson. Man in scoring position here now for Findlay with 2 gone. Good pitch on the outside edge.
Second baseman Cameron Johnson.
That's where Patrick Kelly wants to put it all day long if he can against these right-handers. Outfield not very deep right now, especially Jamie Potts and Nadrotowski edging in. They want to get ready for a play at the plate. If this guy gets one to the outfield, they don't really feel as though Johnson's going to hurt him with power. A good pitch again from Patrick Kelly. That one sailing a little bit, and Cameron Johnson couldn't find it. Again, it looks like a fastball that might just be running a little bit of a cutter. 1-2 the count with 2 gone here in the second. Findlay on top 3-1. Be a big out for Pat Kelly if he can get it right here. And he's not going to get it here. Ball into right field. Potts is going to corral this one. The runner is coming. Throw to the plate will be close. High throw allows the slide of Schweer to get in with the 4th run. Well, they had a shot at the plate, but McLaughlin had to go way up in the air to get this. Still very nearly applied the tag. That ball just sailed a little bit on Jamie Potts, and I think McLaughlin got backed off the plate a little bit to take that one down. And after a 2-out error, an RBI single by Cameron Johnson scores the run to make it 4-1. Patrick Kelly gets 2 ground balls for the first 2 outs. The 3rd ground ball he thinks is going to get him out of the inning, and instead he's looking out there now at another run up on the board and a runner at second base. So Findlay does well to take advantage of its opportunity here. And now it's Goulet watching that one sail wide. Almost feels like the breeze is coming straight in from the north right now, which would make it to the advantage of pitchers in this game. Here's a ball in the air to center field. Nadrotowski giving chase. Backs up, turns, and he catches it about hip high. The dependable Mike Nadrotowski corrals that fly for the final out of the inning. But Findlay gets a run. They go on top 4-1. Lakers to bat here in the second on the Grand Valley Sports Network.
If you sign up for DirecTV's latest deal, prepare to be blindsided. Because they'll double your rate before you know it. And you'll find you're locked into a 2-year contract that could cost you over $3,000. That's why the smart choice is Xfinity. You can see all the best action in football all season long, with no surprises. Don't get blindsided by DirecTV. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Now there's the water tower, and I would think that if you're a painter, you don't get a canvas like that one very often. Get up there and do your work. There's the flag down the right field line. Yesterday it seemed to be blowing across, and now it seems to be blowing toward us, which would indicate a north breeze, and sometimes that's indicative of bad weather on the way. But still sunny skies today, but the wind seems to be favoring the pitchers as John McLaughlin steps in. John had a big ball game yesterday, did not start game 1, had 4 hits in 4 official at-bats. He also had a sacrifice in that contest. 4-1 Findlay, jumping out early. Grand Valley has gifted a few runs to the Oilers here, and John McLaughlin takes one. Looked to me like it got him more in the back. So Mayberry hits the leadoff man, and that'll bring up Matt Williams, the first baseman here. Turns away from this one a little bit. Maybe on the left arm, possibly. Tough guy, catcher. He gets those all day long, and McLaughlin just trots down to first. Here's Matt Williams. About a versatile athlete. This guy, not only in baseball, where he's a pitcher and a player, but in football, a wide receiver and kind of a tall guy. You see him back there on punts, catching punts for the Lakers, and he's quite dependable at it. That's 2 that have sailed inside on Matt. Once again, it's on Mayberry here to consolidate his team's position. He gave up a run in the first after his team scored 3. They got it back for him, and now he's going to try to shut Grand Valley down. Mason Mayberry on the hill. Boy, Williams had a good cut at that one. Couldn't quite handle that pitch, and the count goes to 2-1. Mitchell Kozlowski, the third baseman, on deck for Grand Valley. Hitters 7, 8, 9 here in the batting order. Williams hard on the ground. Schrock couldn't get over. Grand Valley runner is going to try for third. McLaughlin, and I believe he's going to get there. And heading down to second is Matt Williams. Good base running all the way around, and really a very fine play from McLaughlin, who yesterday showed us that he moves quite well for a catcher. That ball was in front of him, so he's able to judge how the outfielder is going to approach it, whether he has the right angle. Schrock got eaten up by that ball. He was edging toward the bag. But McLaughlin all the way realizes it's going to take a great throw to get him. And we see Matt Williams, he sees the base open up, and he heads down there, looking as the throw goes to third, and then back down to the middle of the infield. No throw coming. So now a chance for Mitchell Kozlowski, who was quiet yesterday, did not have a hit in the doubleheader. Has a chance to get Grand Valley a lot closer. Second and third for Grand Valley. Nobody out here. It's a single for Williams. Went to second on the throw to third. And that really opens up the opportunity here for the Lakers. Oh, it's a good breaking ball there from Mayberry.
Third baseman, Mitch Kozlowski.
Kozlowski had cooled off yesterday. He had that great run of multi-hit games, 7 straight, one off the Laker record, but was held hitless in the doubleheader on Friday. Good pitch again, on the edge away. 1-2. Well, if you're Mitchell Kozlowski now, you've just got to block this ball into play somewhere. Findlay looks to me like they're going to give up a run on a ball hit to the right side. In close at third is Merriman. First baseman would have a decision to make, but on ball to second base, Grand Valley's going to get a run here. So Kozlowski has to just find a way to move the baseball here. Well, when he can't do it, he swings through that breaking pitch and strikes out. So Nadrotowski comes to the plate for the second time. He was a ground out victim in the first inning. Mike made a good play on that ball that ended the Findlay second. He has been just incredible defensively over the last 2 seasons. And that was a play that might handcuff him a little bit. He started back, the wind got it, and he had to turn around and finally kind of nonchalanted that baseball about waist high in left center field. That's low to Nadro. Trying to do some help for his roommate, Patrick Kelly, in this game today. Kelly and the Lakers behind 4-1 here in game 1. Nadrotowski back onto the golf course behind us with that foul ball.
The center fielder, Mike Nadrotowski.
Good eye by Mike. 2-1 the count now with 1 out. 2 runners aboard in scoring position for Grand Valley, trailing 3 here in the bottom of the second inning. Abel on deck for the Lakers. Curveball, a good one. Some late action on that pitch. Nathan Thompson goes up with the right hand. Strike 3 call, and Nadrotowski stood there and took it. A couple of groans from the Grand Valley side. Let's see where this one is. Well, we're not directly behind the pitcher there, so you can make your judgment. Framed pretty well by the catcher, but extremely disappointing for Grand Valley not to put the ball in play with the first 2 runners on base and in scoring position. Mayberry dials up some good stuff, gets a pair of strikeouts, and now it's up to Jesse Abel. That's another good curveball from the right-hander for Findlay. Same thing, same result. 2 good benders from Mayberry, who is now just 1 pitch from striking out the side after allowing the first 2 to reach. McLaughlin hit by a pitch. Matt Williams had a single to left field, but the next 2 have struck out. Not going to get that one is Mayberry. Another breaking pitch to the outside. Kevin Zach will bat next if Jesse Abel can get on board here. Two and 2 the count. This is going to get him out of the inning. The shortstop, Schrock, calling everybody off here, fights the win and puts it away for out number 3. So Mayberry really does his best work after falling behind here, actually getting in trouble in the second inning. Put 2 on, but then got 2 strikeouts and a pop-up. We go to the third. The Oilers on top by 3.
You didn't used to hear much in a library. Well, this is no typical library.
The Mary Ida Pugh Library Learning and Information Commons on the Allendale campus has been receiving praise and acclaim from the moment it opened its doors in 2013.
The design came after watching and listening to students, but it also came with Grand Valley's high standards of design and environmental responsibility. The library just earned the highest level of LEED certification by the U.S. Green Building Council. It was awarded platinum status. This library has energy management features that include underfloor air distribution, super efficient exterior walls, a heat recovery system, and a rainwater-fed irrigation system. These save the environment and operating costs. When the university saves money, it can better manage tuition and other costs to students. Now that should give students in this library something to talk about. For Around Grand Valley, I'm Mary Eileen Lyon.
Better have a tea time if you're over there today. That's the Meadows Golf Club, right near the ballpark here. A lot of golfers out enjoying the weather. Course starting to green up very nicely. The very able superintendent, Ron DeLean, in charge of things over there these days. Disappointing second for Grand Valley. It looked as though the Lakers might climb right back into the ball game. Runners at second and third with nobody out, but then 2 strikeouts and a pop-out ended it. So we go to the third with Grand Valley trailing by 3 here today in the opener of our doubleheader on the Grand Valley Sports Network. This is Peter Jorgen playing in right field. He sacrificed in that 3-run first for his team. Takes a pitch right down the pipe from Patrick Kelly. On the ground, Zach with time, sets. Boy, it's another bad throw across, up against the fence, and Jorgen goes into second base. Boy, Kevin Zach on senior day having a game that's sort of forgettable right now. Just hadn't been able to dial it in. He was short on a couple of throws, and that time put a little extra oomph on it and sent it over the top of Matt Williams. And Jorgen is down at second on the error to lead off the third here. Austin Adams batting next. He's the left fielder in today's first game. Kelly looks out and comes with a pitch. It's in the zone at the knees for strike one. Kind of surprising. We did not see Adams at all yesterday, and in the second game, Steve Perrell basically emptied the bench. He got a lot of different people on as pinch runners, pinch hitters in the late going. But this is one player who did not get in. And Adams had a two-base hit in his first at bat here this afternoon. Two pitches outside here to Austin Adams. Troy Merriman in the on-deck circle. Adams had the last base knock of 3 in the first inning for Findlay. After that, Kelly got a couple of groundouts after falling behind 3-0. Got some work to do right now with the leadoff man at second. This is a ball toward the gap that'll be in and past the outfielders for what will be the 5th Findlay run. Adams is going to cruise into second, a stand-up double. This guy has hit it right on the button twice here, and the Lakers are now in a bigger hole. Great contact here, good swing, short stroke. Perfectly placed between Nadrotowski and Jamie Potts, who finally got over there and made the play. And Jorgen, who started this inning, reaching second on the throwing error, scores the 5th run. 5-1 Findlay here. Here's Merriman with a man in scoring position, kind of waved ineffectively at that one for strike one. Good pitch by Patrick Kelly. The knee is buckled a little bit for Merriman, the freshman third baseman from Granville. Another really good breaking ball from Pat Kelly that time. Took a little off that one as well. Oh, great bit of pitching by Kelly. 3 straight breaking balls, and Merriman didn't come close to touching any of them. We'll see it again. And that's a big strikeout for the right-hander for Grand Valley. So Adams continues on down at second. Here is Pete Burkett, the first baseman. He grounded out for the second out of the first. Batting now with a man at second. A run in here. And Findlay up 4 in the first game of 2. That's a check swing. He went too far. Strike one. So Pat Kelly pounding the zone right now. 3 straight strikes to the last hitter and another good breaking pitch, which, you know, the replay shows that Grand Valley might have gotten a little bit of a break on that check swing. No doubt about that one, though. Couldn't find it down in the zone. And Burkett goes behind 0-2. So Pat Kelly using the breaking ball to very good effect here. After the first 2 reached, he's had 5 straight strikes with off-speed deliveries. McLaughlin setting up inside this time, and this is a ball back up the middle. Big bounce for Zach. The throw across in time for the out. Runner moves to third on the play. Burkett out, shortstop to first base. And with Adams at third, the catcher Miguel Valdez will bat with 2 gone here in the top of the 3rd inning.
The catcher Miguel Valdez.
Another good breaking ball from Patrick Kelly. Heard somebody in the crowd yelling to Valdez, come on, Miggy. And when you hear that name, you think of only one guy. But if he can do an adequate impersonation here, he can increase his team's lead. They're up 4 right now. This is on the ground to third. Kozlowski on the bounce. The throw not handled at first base by Williams. A run will score. It's another Laker error, and that makes it 6-1. So Kevin Schrock will bat with a man at first. A very close play over there as Valdez dives back in. If you're Patrick Kelly, you just got to keep your wits about you right now. He's pitching pretty well. He's getting a lot of ground balls, but it's just been a day when Grand Valley's been having difficulty converting those ground balls into outs. So it's a pitch that's a strike now from Patrick Kelly. That has been one of the mainstays of the staff this year, and Grand Valley could turn this thing around pretty quickly. They expect to score some runs here today against this Findlay team, which has won only 11 times this season. So it's important for the Grand Valley starter to eat up a couple more innings and do what he can to allow his team to climb back in. Breaking ball swung on and missed. 2 strikes on the number 9 hitter, Kevin Schrock, who grounded out back in the 2nd inning in his previous at bat. This is a ball towards short. Zach's waiting for the bounce, shovels to second for the force, and the Lakers finally are out of it. But Findlay scores 2 more. They've scored in each inning so far, and as we go to the home half of the third, it's Findlay 6, Grand Valley 1.
For about the past 7 months, Ellie's been running really high fevers, anywhere from 101 to 105. I really appreciated that when Ellie was going through a lot of her health problems, that Dr. Duttler called me personally.
I think it's important for parents to know that we really care about these kids just as we would care for our own children. Access to health is really an important part of being a medical home in primary care. So we do allow our patients to make same-day appointments whenever possible. They can email me, or they can call.
Ellie really likes going to see Dr. Duttler. The doctor.
Now, as the Lakers look for a starting point to ease this deficit, this is about as good as you can get. Kevin, Zach, Potts, and Overbeck, hitters 3, 4, and 5 in the bottom of the third. The Lakers trailing by 5 here against Findlay. Zach takes that breaking ball up high, ball 1. Well, there's no such thing as the 5-run hit, so Grand Valley just has to chip away here, try to get some runners on board. Hit the ball solidly, be selective at the plate, climb back in. That is outside, and that's what Zach has done so far. 2-0 the count on the Laker infielder. Zach yesterday played the first game at shortstop, second game of the doubleheader at second base, and you might see something like that again here this afternoon. Taking all the way that time. It's a fastball for strike 1. Zach did score the Lakers' first run. He had a single, a stolen base, and came home on the RBI from Aaron Overbeck. in the bottom of the first inning. 3-1 now. And the Grand Valley senior, Kevin Zach. And he's got himself a walk. So here's Jamie Potts. He walked his first time at bat. Mayberry had that one great stretch in the second inning where he got 2 strikeouts and a pop-up, but he's had some issues here today. He's given up 3 hits so far. He has walked 2 and hit a batter. So his command has not been perfect, but it was quite good when he needed to be at his best. Potts takes it inside. Zach is not going to try to advance. Mayberry wants a new baseball.
Right fielder Jamie Potts.
He's going to have to go back to that one eventually, but for right now, he's got a ball that he finds more to his liking. Jamie Potts, 2 for 7 in the doubleheader yesterday, grounded to first. They make a good play down to second to get one out. The return throw not in time to get Potts. But a good play done down there at first base by Pete Burkett, who came in on that ball, makes the play, and then got it down to Schrock. And Schrock got rid of it pretty quickly, but Potts moves very well. It's good solid baseball by Findlay to get the lead runner, and on the fielder's choice, Potts is aboard. Here's Overbeck. Had a base hit his first time at the plate for Grand Valley. Breeze has eased up somewhat here in the last few minutes. Outfield around to left. On the Grand Valley DH, Aaron Overbeck. Thinking about bunting with one out. A little surprising. That ball very nearly hit the grass and went back fair. I think if Jorgen had to do that over again, he might have let that ball roll a little bit.
The designated hitter, Aaron Overbeck.
Once in a while you'll see that in baseball. A ball's 2 or 3 feet foul, hits the edge of the grass and spins back fair before it gets to the base. Overbeck is happy to have another opportunity here. That ball might have been up in the zone a little bit to Aaron. 2-2 the count with 1 gone. Take another look here. Saw a fastball that he liked. Mayberry able to sneak it by him. Grand Valley might start the runner here because it's Potts, figuring Overbeck's going to make contact. He's not going. Overbeck hits a line drive into center field for a base hit. Jamie Potts will stop at second. The ball bobbled a couple of times out there by the center fielder Schwer, but Potts not able to advance. So Aaron Overbeck, showing why he is the designated hitter in this contest, goes down and gets that one, waited for it, and ripped it hard into center field for his second hit of the ball game. Lakers now with a runner in scoring position, still just 1 out, and here's Rebecki, left-handed hitter who bounced to second for the final out of inning number 1 here in game 1. Outfield fairly deep and right. And that's Jorgen out there. He's not going to let a ball get over his head. That's a breaking pitch that stays outside. Schwer is pretty much straight away in center field, a little bit toward right. And the left fielder, Austin Adams, not very deep, straight away in left field. Infield would like to get a double play ball here if possible. It sails wide again to Rebecki.
Left fielder Jason Rebecki.
3 in the first for Findlay, 1 in the second, 2 in the third. Grand Valley scored its only run in the first inning. Looking to strike back here against Mayberry. Finds the zone with that one. 3-1 on Jason Rebecki with John McLaughlin, who's been the hottest hitter of the weekend so far for Grand Valley, on deck. Well, Mayberry's looking at that big left-handed frame, and he has not really wanted to challenge Rebecki so far. He does this time, and it's in the air to deep left field. Back, and gone. A 3-run homer for Rebecki. Well, he had to come into the zone eventually, and when he did, Rebecki rode it right out of here. First home run of the series. Rebecki getting high fives from his mates, and that helps the cause tremendously for Grand Valley. It's now a 6-4 ball game. I think the first guy to realize what was happening there was Jamie Potts, because he was on the move and he never really slowed down, as if to say, yeah, I've seen that before. This one's not coming back. Pitch was away. Rebecki didn't try to overpower it, and that ball just sailed right on out. Lakers within 2 now. And here's McLaughlin, who was on 4 times yesterday and got hit by a pitch to start this ball game. Just a little bit up in the zone to John. 3-run homer for Jason Rebecki, and Grand Valley suddenly feeling a lot better about things. McLaughlin, pretty interesting game this guy's got. He's not afraid to try to bunt his way on. He's a catcher, and a couple of times in the game yesterday, he demonstrated that he can move his feet very well. Sharing the duties in the doubleheader with the freshman Connor Glick, but on the basis of his Game 2 showing, getting the start here in Game 1 this afternoon. 1-1. That's fisted toward right field, should drop in. It does in front of Jorgen, and McLaughlin's got another hit, his 5th of the series, and the Lakers bring the tying run to the plate. He didn't get a lot of this one, John McLaughlin, but he got enough. And when you use the entire field, you make yourself much more dangerous. Jorgen was playing fairly deep there. And now we're going to get a confab at the mound. So we'll take a break right now. Grand Valley fighting back. The Lakers trailing 6-4 on the Grand Valley Sports Network.
Grand Valley's commitment to a diverse and inclusive campus has been recognized by the country's oldest and largest diversity-focused publication for higher education. Insight into Diversity awarded Grand Valley the 2014 Higher Education Excellence in Diversity Award. The honor is based on an institution's diversity and inclusion initiatives and the ability to embrace a broad definition of diversity on campus.
Having an environment where we're inclusive, not just in our student body, but
well, that conference on the mound didn't last very long, and quickly back to the action we are with Matt Williams batting with a runner at first. There's only 1 out here. The Lakers have scored 3, and Matt Williams, who had a base hit his first time at bat, could make things very interesting in a hurry right here for Grand Valley against Mayberry. That is on the outside edge. Quickly an 0-2 count to the Laker first baseman, Matt Williams. Grand Valley was looking a little bit forlorn, down 6-1, but a 3-run homer by Jason Rebecki, making this a 2-run ball game. Williams can't find it, and it's a swinging strike 3 for the second out. Well, Mitchell Kozlowski steps in now. He struck out back in the second inning, but he's been a guy who's been moving the bat pretty well of late. And he'll have an opportunity here to keep this alive for Grand Valley, which has eradicated the biggest part of the deficit it was looking at a couple of moments ago. Kozlowski playing at third base here in Game 1. McLaughlin, the runner at first. That you'd expect a catcher to be looking to steal here, but they could put him in motion at some point. Now we get a look at the action over at first. Mason Mayberry and his first baseman, Pete Burkett, trying to hold the runner close. That Pitch is up and in. Ball 1 to Mitchell Kozlowski.
The third baseman, Mitch Kozlowski.
Madison Heights, the hometown of Mitch. It's a pitch the pitcher wanted right there. A little bit low. 2-0 now to Kozlowski with Mike Nadertowski on deck for Grand Valley. Lakers in this inning. Zach walked. He was erased on a fielder's choice that allowed Potts to reach first. Single by Overbeck, a 3-run homer by Rebecki, and then a single by McLaughlin, followed by the strikeout of Matt Williams. That pitch, a good one for Mayberry on the outside edge. Ball ran in on the hands a little bit of Kozlowski, and the count goes to 2-2. So this might be a situation where Jamie Detillion would consider starting the runner here. Maybe open up a little bit of real estate for his hitter. Kozlowski against Mayberry. Line drive up the middle, speared by the second baseman. Oh, he dropped the baseball. He's not going to get anybody. Well, I think he first of all wanted to go to second base, and while all this is happening, Mayberry went down on the mound clutching his arm as if something happened on that last pitch. Now it's his left arm, it seems, that he's holding. I'm not sure what happened here. We couldn't really tell. Grand Valley's got a man at second base, one at first, and I'm not sure if Mayberry just fell in the delivery of that pitch. My view was not blocked, but I was watching the play out in, well, near the outfield grass behind second. He's going to try it, apparently. When I saw him fall down, I thought maybe he had something happen to his pitching arm. Let's see if we can tell from this view. Well, he jumped up, extended himself, and may have hurt his left shoulder, his non-pitching arm, trying to flag down that drive off the bat of Kozlowski. We'll wait and see how they score that one for Koz. He's on at first. McLaughlin down at second. Findlay's going to get somebody up and moving. They're going to call that a fielder's choice. That allows Kozlowski to reach, and here's Nadertowski. This pitch is outside. I think the pitcher's going to be okay. He felt a little bit of a stabbing pain of some kind, it seems like, but he seems to be shaking it off pretty well right now, and it's not his pitching arm, so. Nadertowski on the infield. This should end it. A little flare in foul territory. Merriman squeezes it for out number 3, so Grand Valley had a slight opportunity there, maybe to get it a little bit closer, but Nadertowski fouls out to end the inning. Fourth coming up. Grand Valley cuts it to a 2-run game. It's 6-4 Findlay on the Grand Valley Sports Network.
If you sign up for DirecTV's latest deal, prepare to be blindsided. Because they'll double your rate before you know it. And you'll find you're locked into a 2-year contract that could cost you over $3,000. That's why the smart choice is Xfinity. You can see all the best action in football all season long, with no surprises. Don't get blindsided by DirecTV. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Oh, yeah. Get on that grass and roll around a little bit. And they have discovered a cure for grass stains since I was that age, so feel free to have some fun. A lot of folks here working on the tan today, enjoying the good weather. There we go.
Gift cards are available in-store and online. Countryside Greenhouse, Michigan's premier gardening destination. Find every blooming thing for your spring.
Top of the batting order for Findlay here in the fourth inning. Josh Schweer, who's been on twice and has scored twice, followed by Johnson and Goulet. Schweer had a single in the first, safe on an error in the second inning. That came with 2 out and then promptly scored on the RBI by Cameron Johnson. This is a ball down the right field line, curving foul into the Findlay bullpen. Schweer making a bid for extra bases. Jamie Potts plays a fairly shallow right field, which is probably not a real problem in this situation. Although he might, with the wind blowing the way it is, get a little bit closer to that line. We haven't seen anybody from Findlay over the course of this series hit one really hard to left field. But we have seen some balls causing some difficulty down the right field line. There's a swing and a miss. McLaughlin will have to throw it down to first to complete the putout. He does to Williams for out number 1. So Patrick Kelly starts the fourth in the right fashion, a strikeout of the leadoff man Josh Schweer, and that'll bring up Cameron Johnson.
Second baseman Cameron Johnson.
It's a sharp breaking ball that we've seen from Pat Kelly throughout this contest. He's fooled a lot of people, gotten a lot of swings and misses with that pitch. Here's Johnson. Reached twice, once on an error. Good play down there by Kozlowski. Plenty of time to throw it across, and does. And that's an easy second out, as Mitchell Kozlowski takes care of Cameron Johnson.
The designated hitter, Chase Goulet.
Good look at Patrick Kelly facing Goulet. Another good breaking ball. Fair amount on it. It caught the inside portion of the plate against the designated hitter here with 2 out in the fourth inning. Just off the plate that time is Patrick Kelly. Good pitching pace for Patrick Kelly. He's trying to get into a good rhythm, and it's easier to field behind a guy who's working quickly. Misses outside on this one. Outfield a little deeper on this guy. And this is in the air to center field. Nadrotowski giving chase. Mike gets there. He's in the gap, and he makes the catch for the final out. Good running catch by the center fielder, Mike Nadrotowski. And Findlay's out in the fourth. Here comes Grand Valley, trailing by 2 on the Grand Valley Sports Network.
For about the past 7 months, Ellie's been running really high fevers, anywhere from 101 to 105. I really appreciated that when Ellie was going through a lot of her health problems, that Dr. Duttler called me personally.
I think it's important for parents to know that we really care about these kids just as we would care for our own children. Access to health is really an important part of being a medical home in primary care. So we do allow our patients to make same-day appointments whenever possible. They can email me, or they can call.
Ellie really likes going to see Dr. Duttler. Doctor.
First pitch to the bottom of the fourth is a strike to Jesse Abel. 0 for 2 for the Lakers here today.
Leading off for the Lakers, the second baseman, Jesse
Playing at
Abel.
second base in game 1. He'll be followed by Zach and Potts. So this is kind of where Grand Valley's done its damage today. Abel watches that one sail high. Mason Mayberry continues on here in the fourth. one should get out of play behind the dugout on the Findlay side. Two now, and the leadoff man for Grand Valley, Jesse Abel, here in the 4th inning. This is game 1 of a 7-inning contest. The second game will be a 9-inning affair. Jesse Abel has been a fixture in this ball club for a while now in his final season. Looking to go out a winner here in game 1 today. And he can't find it there. It's a breaking ball. He swings through it for strike 3. Kevin Zach bats next for the Lakers. Zach today has reached twice. A single and a stolen base, a run scored in the first. He walked to start the uprising in the third and was not involved in the scoring plays. He was erased on the fielder's choice grounder, but Potts, the guy who got on after him, scored the first run and was aboard when Rebecki hit that 3-run blast. Another good pitch by Mayberry there, off speed.
Shortstop, Kevin Zach.
That breaking ball just off the edge. 1-1 to Kevin Zach with Jamie Potts on deck for Grand Valley. 1 gone. 4th inning of a 6-4 ball game. Grand Valley's been fighting an uphill climb from the outset here in this one. Mayberry came inside to Zach. Looked like he tried to turn that one over a little bit. Run it in on the Lakers shortstop. This is back up the middle, off the leg. Merriman might get there. It's going to go into foul territory, and Zach's got a base hit. But Kevin Zach just rocketed that one off the leg of Mason Mayberry, and Grand Valley might be back in business again here with Potts coming up. Low fastball. Actually might have gotten him, well, at first I thought I hit him in the leg, but from that view I couldn't tell. Here's Jamie Potts. Mayberry says he's okay. Let's see if we can tell here if it got him up maybe on the arm or above the leg. Tried for the kick save there. It didn't work out. Here's Jamie Potts. Outfield very deep and right on Potts, playing a little bit over toward the line. Center fielder is back. They're backing up all the time when this guy's up. That's a good curveball there. 0-2 to Jamie Potts with Zach at first. Grand Valley wants to get its head back above water in this contest. Behind since the top of the 1st inning when the first 3 scored. Trailing now by 2. Jamie just spoils that one off. Didn't really want to have a go at that pitch, but too close to take in a 2-strike situation. Ooh, pretty good pitch there from Mayberry. Curveball, but it bent around the plate. Had a little late action. Jamie watched it sail by. Just can't envision this pitcher trying to throw a fastball by Jamie Potts right now. So it's up to number 27 to straighten out this off-speed stuff. Gets it again, hits it on the ground to second. They get the force. Zach kind of held up there a little bit. He was kind of betwixt in between. Couldn't run into the ball, obviously. Had he been able to run through this one, he might have been able to get there before the play is made at second. Maybe he's trying to get in the path of the second baseman a little bit, but it doesn't really work out. It's another fielder's choice that retires Zach and puts Potts aboard. And here is Overbeck, who's been good today. Couple of base hits, an RBI for Aaron, the DH in game 1. Oh, he's right on that breaking ball and rips it into center field. Potts Not going to be able to advance past second, but it's a 2-out base knock, and guess who? Jason Rebecki up there right now, and if you're in that Findlay dugout, you're sort of thinking about what happened the last time this guy came to the plate. Breaking ball outside. Well, you're going to see a steady diet of curves from this young guy right now. He needs 1 out, and I think he would dearly love to not have to throw a fastball in this situation to a hitter with some power. 2 on. That's another breaking ball, and again, it curves around the outside of the plate. Mayberry looking in. He wants an indication from the umpire as to where that pitch was, and to be quite honest with you, Nathan Thompson was not amused. He did not respond in kind to that inquiry. 2-0. On the ground toward first. Pitcher gets over to cover, and he's got it for out number 3. Nice play by Burkett, tossing to Mayberry to retire Jason Rebecki, and the Lakers are out in the 4th. Grand Valley gets 2 aboard, but unable to score. 5th inning coming up. It's still Findlay 6, Grand Valley 4.
If you sign up for DirecTV's latest deal, prepare to be blindsided. Because they'll double your rate before you know it. And you'll find you're locked into a 2-year contract that could cost you over $3,000. That's why the smart choice is Xfinity. You can see all the best action in football all season long, with no surprises. Don't get blindsided by DirecTV. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Tom Cleary with you today on the Grand Valley Sports Network. For the first of 2, it's baseball action from the GLIAC Findlay and the Grand Valley State University Lakers. And we're joined now by Tim Selgo, the athletic director. And as we look out at these beautiful skies today, Tim, it's kind of sad that we've run through the home portion of our baseball and softball schedules already this year. And I guess we can hope for better things in terms of postseason action, perhaps.
Well, unfortunately, in our climate, you often play your final home games in the best weather of the season, and this is certainly what a beautiful day. We got a great turnout here watching baseball. We got a track meet going on the track, and that place is packed, and it's just a great day here at Grand Valley. Great to have some blue sunshine and warm temperatures for these kids to play in, because they play in some miserable weather at times.
Well, I know, Tim, that whenever there's baseball, you always sneak over here for at least a portion of the game. You're a big baseball guy yourself and have been for a long time. And I want to talk about the correlation between baseball and other sports, because you announced your new Hall of Fame class this week. And one of the inductees is the former Grand Valley football coach Chuck Martin, who himself is a rabid baseball guy. And he would talk about the Cubs all day long with you if he had a chance to do so. This is a ball back up into the middle for a base hit to center field.
Yeah, Chuck was a Chicago native. He loved the Blackhawks, the Bulls, and the Cubs, and he certainly loved talking about them. And you know, I've always enjoyed baseball. Played it in high school, played summer American Legion baseball, and really enjoy the sport. And I happen to be one of those people that really enjoys watching baseball. My job, you're going from thing to thing on your schedule, and I kind of like the slower pace of the baseball game. I know many don't, but I absolutely love it. And to me, there's nothing better than going out on a day like today and sitting in the stands and watching some good baseball.
Now, you're a guy who grew up in Ohio, and you went to college in Toledo. You're sort of halfway between Cleveland and Detroit, and people, of course, realize that Toledo was a bastion of Tiger fans, or has been for a lot of the last several decades.
Well, I grew up in a town called Pettisville, Ohio. It's a town of about 400, about 12 miles south of the Michigan border, between Toledo and the Indiana border. And therefore, that location, half the kids were Tiger fans, half the kids were Indians fans. half the people were Ohio State fans, half the people were Michigan fans. So there were some definite rivalries as a kid growing up. My parents grew up in Port Clinton, Ohio, so we grew up as Cleveland Indians fans. And now, of course, I've converted since I've been a Michigander now for 19 plus years of my life. I'm a Tigers fan, love watching the Tigers play, and know about them a lot more than I know about the Cleveland Indians. And it was great, though, as a kid because, man, you know, when you get together in a vacant lot to play a game, a pickup baseball game, one team was the Tigers, one team was the Indians, and it was a lot of fun, of course, as a kid growing up.
That's out number one here after the base hit by Peter Jorgen. Austin Adams flies out to left, and Jason Rebecki took care of that for the first out of the inning. Let's turn our attention to Grand Valley sports and what's happening this spring. And one of the things that we have here that's so great about the setup is we got the golf course right behind us, and it gives us a chance to talk about Grand Valley's two golf teams, both of which have been in the midst of outstanding seasons.
They're having a terrific year. Both teams, our men's team under our first-year head coach, Gary Bissell, is doing an outstanding job, and those guys are ranked high in the region, doing a great job every weekend, every tournament that they've played in, and they're, as well as our women's golf team, are heading towards their postseason. Their regionals will be coming up in the early part of May, and our women's golf team has won 3 tournaments in a row, I believe, and of course they're hoping to play their best and get ahead of steam in the regionals, as Grand Valley is hosting the NCAA National Women's Golf Championships May 13th through the 16th. And we'd sure like people to come out and watch the National Championship for Women's Golf. Some great play in Division II golf. And again, hopefully the Lakers will be in it. And people that might be interested in wanting to volunteer and help us out can certainly do that as well, and call the athletic department. We'll direct them to how they can do that. But you can't get a nicer weekend than yesterday and today, and I notice there are a lot of people out there on the meadows right now, and rightfully so.
That's a stolen base by Peter Jorgen. He's down at second right now with Troy Merriman batting, the third baseman. And we made an appearance over, you're talking about track and field. They share a facility with the lacrosse team, the women's team, which has really improved in leaps and bounds. They're now just completing, I think, the 5th year of the program from when you made the announcement, the 4th year of competition. But Alicia Groveston has a team that has done very well. There's a lot of interest in that sport. They beat a ranked opponent here at home on Monday, and really were impressive in doing so.
Great win versus Regis University out of Denver, Colorado, who I believe was ranked number 12 in the country at the time, and that's the second-ranked team we've beaten this year, and it is a great step forward for our women's lacrosse program. They were really ready to play that team, did a great job. Second half was as best as I've seen our women's lacrosse team played, and Alicia's doing a fantastic job. They're growing, they're getting better. We're undefeated in Gliac. Tomorrow at 1 o'clock, we'll finish off the regular season with a home game against Tiffin University, and encourage people to come on out to our lacrosse track complex and watch the Lakers in their final home game of the season at 1 o'clock tomorrow.
Well, that was a great finish to the inning for the Lakers. A strikeout of Troy Merriman, then a ground out to short by Pete Burkett. And the Lakers coming to the plate here in the 5th inning with a chance to take the lead. Tim Selgo, the athletic director of Grand Valley, with us here. We'll keep Tim on board for a little bit of the home half of this inning. We'll come back and do that in just a moment on the Grand Valley Sports Network.
Gotta go! I'd like to welcome you to our basement. I'd like to read a brief statement. We, the Hubacher family, are pleased to announce today that we've acquired the following players: Buster Posey, Mike Trout, Yadier Molina, Bryce Harper, Derek Jeter, and Miguel Cabrera. We believe that this demonstrates, once again, our family's unwavering commitment to assemble the very best team in this neighborhood.
Mr. Hubacher, you've really upped the ante here. How do you expect the other families in the neighborhood to respond?
Well, the Harris family's going to be none too pleased.
Word is the Harrises are putting together quite a team of their own. Any concerns?
Under Cliff Harris's mismanagement, they already used up all their wall space with a bunch of paintings. I mean, really, come on.
Dad.
I know.
All right, next question.
Start building your own dream team at fathead.com.
John McLaughlin stepping in here for Grand Valley in the 5th inning. Time for the Lakers to make their move, trailing by 2 against Findlay in game one of this doubleheader. Tom Cleary, your host for the action today on the Grand Valley Sports Network. McLaughlin watches that curveball snap over for strike one. Tim Selgo, the Grand Valley Athletic Director, with me right now. A couple other things going on, Tim, that we haven't talked about. John Black and his tennis teams finishing up their seasons. And, of course, the juggernaut that is track and field with Jerry Baltus and his merry band doing great things again as we get into the great spring weather.
Well, as we talk about all these teams, Tom, we have 9 spring sports at Grand Valley. This is the most amount of teams we have going at any time throughout the year, and I think people don't quite realize that. I think football and basketball is over, and oh my goodness, what's going on over there? Well, we got 9 teams going, and you mentioned John Black, and our men's and women's tennis teams are getting ready for their postseason now. Our men's team had a great win against Northwood at home last weekend, and they will participate in the GLIAC tournament this coming weekend, a week from now. And both the men and women are hopeful to get an NCAA regional berth. It looks like our women are in great shape. They play their GLIAC championship in the fall, but NCAAs are in the spring, and May 1 and 2 weekends. So they're heading into this their postseason action with the men in the GLIAC, and then the women heading towards their national champion NCAA regionals the weekend following. And you mentioned track and field, and we're hosting right now at our track the Al Owens Classic, named after Al Owens, the great employee that's worked for Grand Valley here and there throughout a number of years and helping out with game management. And Al's just been an outstanding track official his whole life. And see, that
this is a ball down into the corner. It stayed in the yard, I think, off the bat of Kevin Zach off the bat of Matt Williams, I should say, after the strikeout by McLaughlin to start the inning.
And it's an honor to name a track meet after Al, the Al Owens Classic, and there's a ton of people over there, and what a great day for that. But Jerry Baltz has done another great job with our track and field cross-country programs, and with following the indoor season, which our men's team finished second and the women's team finished sixth. We're looking forward very much to once again hosting the outdoor Division II track and field championships. That'll be May 21 to 23, Thursday, Friday, Saturday before Memorial Day. And it's really exciting. If you've not been to a national championship track and field, it's really exciting, Tom. There will be over 800 track and field athletes from around the country coming into Allendale to participate in the national championship here on our GVSU track. And I just got to say that our men's team finished second, had a tough call on the shot put. We had an opportunity with a great throw that we got called for a foul on. But for that, we might have won a national championship by our men in the indoor championship. So I know those young men are determined. A lot of those guys have qualified already for the outdoors, and they're anxious to perform well. And we hope to have a great local crowd for, once again, the Outdoor Track and Field National Championships May 21 through 23.
Well, the last time we had a track and field championship here at the new facility, we had golf going on at the same time, and that will be the case, I guess, again this year. We're hosting those championships again.
Last year they were during the same week. This year, at least, the Women's Golf National Championship will be the week prior to the Outdoor Track and Field National Championship. So May 13 through 16, NCAA Division II National Championship of Women's Golf at the Meadows here in the GVSU Allendale campus. May 21 through 23, NCAA Division II Outdoor Track and Field National Championships here at GVSU's Allendale campus. And again, we're willing and able to take anybody that would like to volunteer for any of those championships. We need over 300 volunteers for them, and we've got quite a few people that have signed up. We greatly appreciate that, and all the folks that have helped us out a year ago and are willing to help out again this year. But if you'd like to volunteer and you want to see some national caliber Division II athletics, come on out to Allendale those middle 2 weeks in May.
Tim Selgo, the athletic director of Grand Valley, here with us today during the first game of our baseball doubleheader. I'm going to let you return to your zen-like state that I disturbed when I brought you over here for this interview.
Yeah, good. Well, maybe we'll see if we can get something going here at the bottom of the fifth.
All right, Grand Valley has a man aboard, Tim, after the walk to Williams, and here's Mitchell Kozlowski batting now for Grand Valley. Grand Valley has actually out-hit Findlay 8-6, trail 6-4. Koz would like to get it going. Nadrotowski on deck, 1 out here in the 5th inning, and the Lakers would like to just make their move right now. Boy, the pitch count is way, way up there. Gone over 100 now for the right-hander Mayberry. 102 pitches prior to this hitter. He has got to be just about out of gas. Here's a foul fly that carries out of play. 0-2 to Mitchell Kozlowski. Struck out in the second. Hit into a fielder's choice in his last at bat in the third. Batting with one gone. Matt Williams with good wheels down at first base. Grand Valley needs to get a few more people in motion. This is going to be a tough opportunity, though, for the double play. They get the out at second. That ball was kind of stuck in the glove of the second baseman, Cameron Johnson. Schrock got over to the base quickly, but with Williams bearing down on him, no chance to turn it over here. That ball was hit pretty hard at first. I thought they were going to have a chance, but it was not really fielded perfectly by Johnson. And there you see the good effort by Williams to barrel in at second and allow Kozlowski to reach. So another fielder's choice puts Kozlowski at first with Nadrotowski batting. This is ball hit hard to center fielder. Center field tracking back. Oh, what a catch. Unbelievable grab out there by Josh Schweer, who thought that one was past him. And what's amazing about this is that he took off on the fly as soon as this ball was hit, and it's a hard ball because it's right at the center fielder. Amazing. Great catch by Schweer to end the Laker fifth. Sixth inning coming up. Findlay still up 2.
If you sign up for DirecTV's latest deal, prepare to be blindsided. Because they'll double your rate before you know it. And you'll find you're locked into a 2-year contract that could cost you over $3,000. That's why the smart choice is Xfinity. You can see all the best action in football all season long, with no surprises. Don't get blindsided by DirecTV. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Well, take a look at this play by Josh Schweer. Nadrotowski hits this one right on the sweet spot, and he goes back and gives chase. Yesterday it was Logan Hara, a left-hander playing center field. Probably would not have been able to flag that one down, but it's an over-the-shoulder catch with his back to the infield for Josh Schweer. Certainly robbing Grand Valley of a run, and who knows how many more in the fifth inning. So we move to the sixth inning right now. It's Valdez, Schrock in the top of the batting order. Schweer, the first 3 scheduled against Patrick Kelly. Valdez has reached on an error in this contest. 0 for 2 officially in his first start of this 4-game series. This is up in the air on the left side. Zach gonna take control of this one. Kozlowski had a notion to go for it, but it's Kevin Zach who pulls it down for out number 1.
Shortstop Kevin Schrock.
Schrock up there now, 0 for 2 in the contest. He reached on a fielder's choice back in the 3rd inning. Grounded out in his previous at bat. Good defensive shortstop is Schrock. Watches that one sail high from Patrick Kelly. Grand Valley's got people up in the bullpen right now, starting to move around a little bit. Don't see any throwing just yet, but I'm sure we will soon. And there's action right now in the bullpen as well for Findlay. Jamie Potts coming in, sliding, and robbing Schrock of a base hit in right field. Well, talking about Jamie knowing what he's doing out there in right field. He plays shallow, and that allowed him to make this play right here. Jorgen has been playing a good 20 feet deeper for the most part in right field for Findlay than Jamie Potts has. And Jamie is able to glove that one for out number 2. Here's Schweer, who made a fantastic catch, highlight reel type catch to end the 5th inning for Grand Valley, batting with 2 gone now. Patrick Kelly has really done a fine job here. A lot of the runs that have been scored in this game have had very little to do with Patrick Kelly, except that he threw the pitch that started to play. Grand Valley was throwing it around the lot a little bit at the beginning. Lakers have had some defensive errors today that have cost them dearly. And that ball, I thought, was a foul ball. Well, the umpire seems to think that, yeah. Strike 1 count. On the ground, back toward Zach. He makes the play this time, spins, throws, and gets him. Well, there's some redemption for Kevin Zach, his best play of the series. And Grand Valley's got him out in the 6th. The Lakers with an opportunity now, trailing by 2. Bottom of the 6th inning coming up on the Grand Valley Sports Network.
You didn't used to hear much in a library. Well, this is no typical library.
The Mary Ida Pugh Library Learning and Information Commons on the Allendale campus has been receiving praise and acclaim from the moment it opened its doors in 2013.
The design came after watching and listening to students, but it also came with Grand Valley's high standards of design and environmental responsibility. The library just earned the highest level of LEED certification by the U.S. Green Building Council. It was awarded platinum status. This library has energy management features that include underfloor air distribution, super efficient exterior walls, a heat recovery system, and a rainwater-fed irrigation system. These save the environment and operating costs. When the university saves money, it can better manage tuition and other costs to students. Now that should give students in this library something to talk about. For Around Grand Valley, I'm Mary Eileen Lyon.
It has not been a glittering day for Grand Valley defensively, not until the 6th inning anyway. Here's the first play. Jamie Potts with that diving catch, and then Zach ranging far to his glove side, going up the middle to rob Schweer of a single after that. And here's Alex Williams, who was outstanding yesterday in Findlay's Game 1 victory. Came on to work the last 2 innings. 6 saves on the season for Alex Williams. Kind of a side armor. Ball's got some tailing action, and he's going to face some right-handed hitters here to start the Lakers 6th. It's Abel, Zach, and Potts. And is he spelling out his strategy there on the mound? A little superstition perhaps for Alex Williams, who makes a little notation there. And here is Jesse Abel. Well, Grand Valley's got to get a guy aboard at least at some point to have an opportunity to tie this game up. Williams will work from the set, whether or not there's base runners. Abel takes that pitch up at the letters, ball 1. Jesse today 0 for 3 so far. Struck out in his last at bat, a ground out and a pop up to shortstop. Oh, that hit him. Nicely done, Jesse Abel, in no real hurry to get out of the way of that pitch either. Saw it coming, probably could have danced out. Took one for the club. And Alex Williams gets off to an inauspicious debut here in the 6th inning. Here's Kevin Zach. Zach today has done well at the plate. He's 2 for 2 with a walk. He has scored one of the Laker runs. And Valdez goes out to talk with Alex Williams. A lot of young folks on campus here today, enjoying some lunch outside.
Shortstop, Kevin Zach.
Well, Kevin Zach could really set the table here for guys like Potts and Overbeck if he can get on board. The Lakers need some runs, down 2 here. 6th inning of a 7-inning opener today in Allendale on the Grand Valley Sports Network. That's a wide zone right there for Kevin Zach on that first pitch. Took that fastball from Alex Williams, falls behind 0-1. It's Abel at first after being hit by the pitch. Jamie Potts, the right fielder, on deck for the Lakers. Findlay scored all of its run in the first 3 innings. Patrick Kelly has slowed him down since that time. 6 runs for Findlay, only 2 were earned. Grand Valley's made 5 errors, 1 error for Findlay. Grand Valley with the edge in hits, 8-6. And on senior day, one of the seniors would like to get it done right now for Grand Valley. Don't see really much percentage in running for Grand Valley right now with the 3 and 4 hitters at the plate, down 2. Don't want to take a chance of running yourself out of an inning. Kind of a modest lead over there for Jesse Abel. Not going. Zach swings. Bouncer. Speared by Merriman. They'll get the force at second. Back to first. Pulls. Oh, he's got the double play. It looked to me like he was drawn off the bag. Zach thought he was there. The throw was in time, but I thought that Burkett came off the bag. Let's see again. Boy, this play starts with an excellent play by Merriman, who leaps high to glove this one. From here, it should be easy. They get the out at second, but at first, is he on the bag? No, he is. He is indeed. And Zach is out by a half a step. And 2 gone now. So it's a 5-4-3 double play, and that leaves it up to Potts here. Jamie hits one foul down the third baseline, out of play. Well, good defensive play by the young man from Granville. He was actually in on Zach a little bit, thinking, I don't know, possibly Grand Valley was going to bunt there, but that ball goes over his head. It's probably second and third for Grand Valley with nobody out. Instead, it's a double play. Curveball bends around the plate from Alex Williams. Potts trying to figure out a way to get on board against this guy. Crafty right-hander, has a tailing fastball and a pretty good breaking pitch. That's in the air to center field deep, but playable, I think. Going back to make the catch is Schweer on the warning track, and Potts is retired. What might have been for Grand Valley. We go to the 7th. It's Findlay 6, Grand Valley 4.
Gotta go. I'd like to welcome you to our basement. I would like to read a brief statement. We, the Hubacher family, are pleased to announce today that we've acquired the following players: Buster Posey, Mike Trout, Yadier Molina, Bryce Harper, Derek Jeter, and Miguel Cabrera. We believe that this demonstrates, once again, our family's unwavering commitment to assemble the very best team in this neighborhood.
Mr. Hubacher, you've really upped the ante here. How do you expect the other families in the neighborhood to respond?
Well, the Harris family's going to be none too pleased.
Word is the Harrises are putting together quite a team of their own. Any concerns?
Under Cliff Harris's mismanagement, they already used up all their wall space with a bunch of paintings. I mean, really, come on.
Dad.
I know.
All right, next question.
Start building your own dream team at fathead.com.
Final inning here of the first game of the doubleheader. Grand Valley still in arrears, trailing 6-4 against Findlay. Grand Valley dropped the first game of the doubleheader yesterday, which slowed the Laker charge toward a GLIAC title. They do not want to let this one slip away if at all possible. It'll be Cameron Johnson, Goulet, and Jorgen, the first 3 scheduled here in the 7th. One last chance for Grand Valley in this contest. Lakers fell behind yesterday and never could quite get there. That's a half swing for a strike. Johnson been on base twice, scored a run in the first. Difference in this game is 2 runs. The first 3 batters scored in the top of the first against Patrick Kelly when Grand Valley was having its defensive woes. Kelly has done pretty well. Will likely go the distance here this afternoon. Just whether or not his teammates can get him some support and some runs in the 7th to maybe tie this one up or snatch a victory away from the Oilers from Ohio. Patrick Kelly has been a good bit more economical, 80 pitches so far. Mayberry, who started this contest, threw over 100 before he left, and that's Johnson hitting a little flare out to Jesse Abel at second base for the first out of the 7th. We will be leaving after the conclusion of this game for what we think will be about 30 or 40 minutes. A little ceremony between games for the seniors here playing at home for the final time. And so we would expect to be back on the air about 40 minutes or so after the final out is made in game 1. So join us for the second game here on the Grand Valley Sports Network. 1 out in the 7th. Grand Valley still with one more chance to climb back into this one. Patrick Kelly continues to hit the zone. Throwing a lot of strikes today. This ball is in the air to right field. Boy, but Potts had him measured very nicely, and Goulet can't get that one past Jamie. That's out number 2. That one had a nice ring to it, but ball just knocked down and died out in right field. He can't quite believe it either. 2 out now. Peter Jorgen bats. Jorgen today sacrificed in the first to help the cause. Reached on an error in the 3rd, scored a run. Also had a single and a stolen base in his last plate appearance. His last offensive appearance, I guess I should say, back in the 5th inning. Here's a guy who knows all the good spots to eat along I-75, playing in Findlay from Dayton, Ohio, a little bit farther south in the state. Can't find that one, and Patrick Kelly is perhaps one pitch away from his day being over. 1-2 the count with 2 out in the 7th. Kelly trying to slam it shut here and see if his team can pick him up with some runs in the home half of the final frame. That's hit hard towards short. Zach's going to get it on the second bounce. Sets, throws, not in time. Infield base hit for Peter Jorgen against Patrick Kelly with 2 out in the 7th. Not much could be done on that one. Strong throw across by Zach that time, but Jorgen was quick out of the box, and he's down at first, and here is Austin Adams. 2 doubles in this game. He scored a run, 2 for 3 officially. This guy's had some very good swings from the left side. Patrick Kelly starts him down low for ball 1. Looking ahead for Grand Valley in the 7th inning, Overbeck, Rebecki, and McLaughlin. Hitters 5, 6, and 7. First 3 scheduled. This is on the ground into right field, another base hit. Potts is over there quickly to get it. The runner will hold it second. And now the Lakers might be thinking about whether or not Patrick Kelly is going to be able to see this frame out. Adams again with a very good swing. His 3rd base hit of the ball game. And that'll bring up Troy Merriman. They're going to run for Adams down at first base. The guy that comes into the contest is Logan Harrop, the outfielder. And this is a big out for Patrick Kelly. Don't know that Jamie Detillion is going to go much further with him. If he gives up a hit here, it will likely mean a run with 2 out and a speedy base runner and Jorgen on base. But if he can get Merriman, Grand Valley will have a opportunity, a chance at least. They'll be in with a shout in the bottom half of this frame to maybe rescue game 1. Pat Kelly comes with the curveball, and it's a dandy. Outfield pretty shallow on Merriman. He's got a bat that's got some pop. But if he hits it right at Potts in right or Nadertowski in center field, Grand Valley might have a play at the plate. 0-1 on its way. Oh boy, not what you're looking for there. That did 2 kinds of damage. It hit the hitter, and then it hit the catcher on the arm somewhere, maybe above the glove. I think it was McLaughlin who got it in the left wrist area. And I think Jamie Detillion, well, nobody up right now, so I don't know if he's going to make a change. He could bring Matt Williams into the game, who's already in the contest, which is a possibility. He's the guy that he's turned to in the first 2 games of this. I think Jamie just wants to settle his man down and see if Pat Kelly can get out of this one. McLaughlin definitely squeezing his left hand. Let's see where he gets it. I think it's just down below the glove. It hits the hitter, then it hits the catcher. There's contact point number 1. Well, you know what? Maybe the ball didn't hit him. Maybe it was the ball off the mask of the umpire. Possibly what could have happened here is that the hitter twisted into the arm. Well, maybe that's a ball. Let's see again. Looked like it might have been off the glove. Maybe gets him on the thumb a little bit of the glove as it deflects. I think that's what happened right there. Got a little bit of the glove, and John McLaughlin was in a vulnerable position right there. So now the bases are loaded, all after 2 were out, and Pat Kelly will have to go get Pete Burkett here to maintain a reasonable opportunity for the Lakers to come back in this contest. Bases jammed. Kelly bounces it up there. That ball nearly gets by McLaughlin. Now Pat Kelly really in a tough situation here. 2-0 with the bases loaded. Outfield's going to play in pretty shallow here. They feel they've got to be in a position to not allow 2 runs to score on a base hit. By the same token, though, you don't want somebody knocking one over your head. Kelly's got to find the zone here on the 2-0 pitch. And he can't do it. Still, he's just 1 pitch away from maybe getting the out that he needs here. So Patrick Kelly's going to try to calm himself down a little bit. Boy, that's a tougher thing to do than it looks like. Just throw one in there about 3/4 speed, and you know the hitter's going to be taken. Might have to have a little bit more on it this time, though. The 3-1 count to Jorgen. On the ground, could the Lakers get out of it? Zach down to second for the force, and they do get it. So Patrick Kelly comes back from a 3-0 count to retire Jorgen for the final out of the inning on a fielder's choice. We're going to the bottom of the 7th. Lakers down by 2 on the Grand Valley Sports Network.
You learn something every single day at Grand Valley State University about who you are and who you can become, about where you've been and where you're going, about your goals and how to accomplish them. At the end of the day, you know what you want from life. Find it within yourself. Find it within Grand Valley State University.
So the line is complete on Patrick Kelly. He goes the distance, it would seem, unless Grand Valley ties this game up and we go to extra innings. 7 innings pitched. He allowed 6 runs, only 2 of which were earned. I had him for 2 strikeouts and no walks. So he did his team pretty proud with his effort after Grand Valley was so sloppy at the outset of this contest. And if the Lakers fail to rally to tie or win this game, it'll be because of what happened largely in the first couple of innings, especially the very first inning. Here's Grand Valley with Overbeck leading off against Alex Williams. Swings, hits the first pitch to short center. Center fielder coming hard, it'll fall in for a base hit. So Schweer playing pretty deep with a 2-run lead, allows that one to bleed in for a base hit for Overbeck. Here is Jason Rebecki, and we'll get a runner down there. It's going to be the infielder Josh Smith coming out to run for Aaron Overbeck. Smith played shortstop in game 2 yesterday. We will likely see him, I would think, in the nightcap today. Jason Rebecki came to the plate earlier in the 3rd inning with his team trailing by 5 and promptly launched a 3-run homer to the opposite field. If he could put another ball beyond the reach of the outfielders here, it would make the crowd very, very happy here on senior day. Alex Williams looking in for the sign. Smith a short lead at first. Rebecki swings at a breaking ball and fouls it back. I think he realized he was going to get a first pitch curve, was ready for it, and took a hack. John McLaughlin on deck. Nobody out in the Lakers' 7th. Grand Valley needs 2 to tie, 3 to win in game 1. That's a good pitch away. The tailing fastball that time from Williams. Sidearm delivery. And he just cut that one a little bit away from Rebecki. So he's got him set up to go whichever way he prefers right now. First pitch breaking ball, then a fastball. 0-2 count. I think traditional baseball logic would be that he'll stay away or throw the breaking ball. Might be the same pitch that we just saw here. Catcher setting up outside. Cut that one a little bit more, not even close to the zone. 1-2 on Rebecki. Does Grand Valley have anything left here on this sunny Saturday in game 1? Lakers have been behind since the top of the 1st when the first 3 hitters crossed the plate for Findlay. Lakers got close at 6-4, but they have not gotten any closer. Rebecki waves at the fastball, which was up and maybe a touch out of the zone. That's strike 3. And that's the first out here in the 7th inning. Let's see where this one is. Well, it's a good pitch by Williams. He's got a lot on it, got good velocity, and he's able to just have that tailing action that looks good out of the hand, but was not in the zone by the time it got to home plate. Here's McLaughlin. Reached twice, struck out his last time at bat. Hit by a pitch in the 2nd inning and a single for John. And it looked like an uneasy swing on the first pitch from Alex Williams. This guy is a pure sidearmer. He's not coming 3/4. He's coming from about waist high with his relief point, working from the third base side of the rubber, stepping a little bit that way and making it tough for a right-hander to get a good look. 1-1 the count. Grand Valley's got Matt Williams on deck, a guy with some pop in his bat. He's had 2 hits today, so if McLaughlin can get on by hook or crook, it'll be an interesting situation. Ball back up the middle, through for a base hit. Smith will stop at second. Schrock made a dive, but what a good piece of hitting by John McLaughlin, who had 4 hits yesterday, 2 more in the game today. And that brings up Matt Williams. So Matt Williams is not responsible for everything that's happened here today, but he was in the middle of it because Grand Valley had a couple of bad throws. Matt got handcuffed once. He missed a ball on a pickoff throw at first base early on, and he didn't run and hide. He stayed in there, and he's had a couple of hits in this game. We'll see if he can drive one here against Alex Williams. Matt Williams, the 2-sport athlete, transfer from Northern Illinois where he played football, now playing on the football team at Grand Valley, takes a good breaking ball in there for strike 1. More importantly, though, he didn't give any ground. Williams did not waffle at all with that front leg against this sidewinder. Grand Valley in position right here. Williams runs well. Like to think he'd be able to stay out of a double play if he hits it on the ground. On the ground towards short. Shortstop makes a diving play. He's not going to be able to throw to any base, though, and Matt Williams beats out an infield hit. And now it's Mitchell Kozlowski with a chance. So Williams with his 3rd hit to deep short. The bases are full. And Grand Valley now with the winning run at first base as Kozlowski comes to the plate. And Mitchell here will be looking for his first hit of the ball game. Nobody warming for Findlay. They're going to ride it out with their guy. And Mitchell Kozlowski just has to maintain concentration here and put one in play and see if he can reduce this margin for the Lakers. Gap shot here could conceivably end it. We'll see what he's able to come up with. Kozlowski on the outside corner, strike one. Nadrotowski waits on deck. Good swing there at a breaking ball toward the inside portion of the plate. 0-2 to the Laker third baseman Mitchell Kozlowski. Things getting a little bit tight on the infield right now for Findlay. Kozlowski just wants to put this ball in play and let the chips fall where they will. But he's in a hole right now with one out. And he can't find that one either. It's a good breaking ball for swinging strike three. And he becomes the second out here in the bottom of the second. And that'll leave it up to Nadrotowski. Nadrotowski was completely robbed in his last at bat with a ball that could have changed the complexion of this game. He hit a bullet to center field that Josh Schweer got on his horse and chased down with his back to the infield, made a lunging catch on the line drive from the senior Mike Nadrotowski, who was without a hit in this game. 0 for 4 for Nadro. He's had 2 flyouts, a ground out, and a strikeout in this contest. Left-handed hitter. That is off the plate, ball one.
The center fielder, Mike Nadrotowski.
Boy, you've got people who can run out there right now for Grand Valley, and most notably, you'd have to be thinking about Matt Williams, who is the go-ahead run at first base. He's got a huge lead with the first baseman playing behind him. Ball into the gap. It's going to be on here for the Lakers. Let's see what Nadrotowski can do. Takes a curveball. That's a good pitch from Williams. Just got a little bit of the outside corner. Nadrotowski looking for something he can drive, but I don't know that Williams is going to challenge. Mike's going to have to stay away from that tailing fastball that was so effective earlier in the inning against Rebecki. That's outside, 2-1. On deck for the Lakers is Jesse Abel. Nadrotowski is the picture of cool right now. He's taking his time. He's going to make Williams wait a little bit. There's Abel. This is the guy that Grand Valley would like to make it happen with right here. Left-handed hitter against the right-handed pitcher. Not big leads for any of the base runners except maybe Matt Williams at first base. Nadrotowski lofts this one down the left field line. It's going to get out of play, I believe, just barely. So the count goes to 2-2 on Nadrotowski. Giving chase over there was the replacement for Austin Adams, who is actually Logan Hara, who played center field yesterday. He's playing in left field right now. Came in to run in the last half inning. Well, it's a guessing game for Nadrotowski. Does he think this guy will challenge him with the fastball? Probably not. I got to believe that Williams wants to throw a ball out of the zone if it's a fastball or a good curveball here. Hard to look for a curve in this situation, though. 2-2. Yeah, that was the tailing fastball right there. He didn't want to challenge. So now a base hit will really get the juices going because Grand Valley is going to set the runners loose here. Any base hit would, to the outfield, would have a chance of scoring 3. Smith at third, McLaughlin at second, Matt Williams at first. Full count pitch. Nadrotowski into center field. It's down for a base hit. Grand Valley will score 2. They'll hold the runner at third, and Nadro has tied the game. A clutch base knock by Mike Nadrotowski on senior day, making it a 6-6 contest. And I give Schweer a lot of credit out there in the outfield. If he doesn't make a really good attempt to get to this ball, Matt Williams is going to come home with the go-ahead run. He was off and running, and Schweer got it, made a strong throw back in. And the Lakers tie it up on the 2-out, bases loaded single by Mike Nadrotowski. And here is Jesse Abel now. I don't know that there's a lot of strategy involved for Grand Valley. I don't think they're going to bunt in this situation with 2 out with Jesse up there, but it's just get a base hit. We win the game. The Lakers finally climbing the mountain and getting all the way back against Alex Williams. Let's see what Abel can do. Takes a pitch for a strike. Matt Williams at third, Nadrotowski at first. One thing that could happen here, we could have some shenanigans with the walk-off steal. See if Grand Valley could try a double steal here possibly, but I think they want to let Jesse Abel hit. They trust this guy, one of their best players. Any kind of base hit will win it for Grand Valley. 0-1. That is away. Valdez becomes a central figure in this drama as well. He's got to keep that ball in front of him. Williams with good speed at third. He might challenge on a ball that gets a little away from the catcher. 12 hits now for the Lakers, and they've tied the game at 6. Nadrotowski going. Here's a ball fisted toward right. Very playable, though, and caught out there by Peter Jorgen for the 3rd out of the inning. But the Lakers stage a rally. They score 2 to tie it. We're going to extra innings. 8th inning coming up between Findlay and Grand Valley on the Grand Valley Sports Network. All right, here we go, the 8th inning, and I talked about Patrick Kelly being done. Well, guess what? Grand Valley's got some people going in the bullpen right now, but PK is still out there. He's going to go into what will be, for this game, extra innings. Now, it's not unusual for a pitcher to pitch into the 8th in a college game. Patrick Kelly just under 100 pitches for the afternoon, but the Lakers staged that great rally in the bottom of the 7th. They came up with 4 hits in that frame. The last one, a 2 RBI single by Nadrotowski to tie the game at 6. And here's Miguel Valdez facing Patrick Kelly in the 8th. Grand Valley's got all sorts of people up moving around in their bullpen right now. Kelly would like a quick inning, and he's got 2 quick strikes on Miguel Valdez, the catcher. In this contest, all the scoring done by Findlay in the first 3. 3 in the first, 1 in the second, 2 in the third. Grand Valley did most of its scoring in the first 3. 1 in the first, 3 in the third, and then 2 with 2 out in their last at bat. This is in the air, out of play down the first base line. Nadrotowski hung right in there against the closer Alex Williams and delivered a single to left center field. Schweer got over quickly to cut it off. That ball takes one more bounce, and Matt Williams comes around with the game-winning run. Williams pitch up high with that curveball. want to point out that because this game has gone into extra innings, the second game will be played in 7 innings instead of the normal 9 for the second game of a doubleheader. This is in the air to center field. Nadrotowski surrounding this one. He's planted and he gloves it for out number 1. So Nadro has been one of the big players here in this contest. He's made a couple of good running catches in the outfield. He's fielded his position flawlessly again today, and he came up with that 2-run single after going 0 for 4 previously. Kevin Schrock bats next, the shortstop. 1 gone in the 8th. Grand Valley's got the heart of its batting order coming up in the bottom of this inning. That's fouled out of play by Schrock. Patrick Kelly continuing on. Boy, he was in a deep ditch early on in this contest, and he kept trying to claw his way out. He kept his team close. Only 2 earned runs allowed. This is on the ground back up the middle. Zach's going to have to get a good bounce. Does. Flips and gets his man. That's better from Kevin Zach. Handled that beautifully for out number 2. Schrock is out. Shortstop to first, and that'll leave it up to Josh Schweer. Schweer has scored twice today. He has 1 hit in 4 at-bats. Scored 2 runs, though. He was safe in the second on an error and scored in each of his 2 first appearances offensively in this game. And, of course, Schweer made a great catch on Nadrotowski on a bullet to center field, robbing Nadrotowski of a hit and perhaps an RBI back in the 5th. Kelly's up high a little bit. That might be a little concerning for Jamie Detillion, seeing that breaking ball stay up in the zone where somebody might be able to hammer it. Pat's going to just try to pound it in there. This is on the ground to Zach. Has the big bounce this time. Sends it across to Williams for the 3rd out. So the Lakers get it figured out here in the 8th after tying it in the 7th. And now they bring up their big guns. Home half of the 8th inning coming up. Grand Valley looking for the win on the Grand Valley Sports Network.
If you sign up for DirecTV's latest deal, prepare to be blindsided. Because they'll double your rate before you know it. And you'll find you're locked into a 2-year contract that could cost you over $3,000. That's why the smart choice is Xfinity. You can see all the best action in football all season long, with no surprises. Don't get blindsided by DirecTV. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
It is senior day here at Grand Valley, the first of 2, now moving into the bottom of the 8th inning between Findlay and Grand Valley. I'm Tom Cleary with you on the Grand Valley Sports Network, along with the rest of our crew, which has done a great job of bringing you the sights and sounds here today at the baseball field. You would think it would be appropriate for a senior to win it on senior day. Grand Valley's got the chance right now. Kevin Zach, Jamie Potts, Aaron Overbeck, the first 3 scheduled here against Alex Williams. Considering the start that Kevin Zach had in this contest with a couple of throwing errors, you know he would like to atone for his part in what happened early. Takes it outside from Alex Williams, who couldn't get the last strike past Mike Nadrotowski. Went to a full count with the bases loaded, 2 out in the 7th. Nadrotowski got him for a 2-run single. Zach with home run power. Hits a drive toward the gap in left center. This ball is down. Zach making the turn. It's kicked out there by Hera, and that's going to allow Zach to slide in at second base safely to start the bottom of the 8th inning. Now, that's marginal right there. I don't know that Hera would have had a chance to get him on the play. It's a base hit for Zach and an error by the outfielder. Hera right there. Boy, he almost knocked that past Schweer, and that would have been a disaster. Now you got some real issues if you're Findlay, because Jamie Potts could certainly bunt the ball if they want to get the runner to third with one out, but he's also a darn good hitter. So I think you're going to let the big dog eat right here. All-America last year in baseball. He's been a first-team All-America in football as well. Jamie Potts, the right guy at the right moment, you would think. He's going to bunt, and he gets it down. It's a good bunt. They're going to have, oh, they took their time. They throw to first, and the out recorded at first. Williams almost put himself in double jeopardy right there. He looked at third, but Merriman had to be coming in on that ball. There was no play at third base. Great work done by Jamie. Sacrifices, pitcher to first base. Boy, he got down, he just gave himself up. No waving at that bunt. Just block it down into the ground. Boy, Williams, I don't know what he's thinking about here. And he gets Jamie by about a half step. So now it's Grand Valley with, I mentioned Overbeck, but I'd forgotten that Overbeck had gone out for a pinch runner. So instead, this is Josh Smith. Well, would the Lakers bunt twice here? Smith is a promising young player. He's adept at handling the bat. He could bunt. I think Grand Valley would have to suicide squeeze here to make it happen, though, to make sure they score the run. Smith is going to get a look here at Alex Williams. He's not bunting, and it's on the inside corner for a strike. Well, there's no turning back once you decide that you're going to squeeze in this situation, because if it doesn't work, you've got 2 outs, and the rally is probably not going to go anywhere. Smith gave no indication the first time that he was going to bunt. That pitch is outside. Good eye by Josh Smith. Freshman shortstop from Marysville. He is in the game right now as the DH. He ran for Overbeck. Boy, he could be a big-time hero here. The freshman might be the hero on senior day. Smith taking his time against Williams, just has to find a hole somewhere. That's outside. On deck for Grand Valley is Rebecki, who had the 3-run homer earlier, but who struck out against Williams back in the 7th. Well, the infield is really trying to figure out what's going to happen here. 2-1 count. I mean, Grand Valley could still put on the squeeze. Zach looking at Alex Williams. Outside, 3-1. So Smith, showing some poise beyond his years, has run the count to 3-1. I like the confidence that Jamie Detillion has in this young man. Did not order the suicide squeeze with the runner at third and 1 out. Outfield is very, very shallow. They've got to be able to make a play at the plate. Now Findlay wants the confab on the mound, and they're going to talk about it, bring everybody in. Jamie Detillion's come out to talk to Dell Young, and now Kevin Zach joins the conversation. And Josh Smith is even going to amble over here and find out what's on the skipper's mind. So even if Grand Valley's not thinking about squeezing here, they're not going to let Findlay think that that particular option is off the table. You've got the manager, the coach, talking to the runner and the hitter. And so all options still open as far as the Lakers are concerned. It's 6-6 here with 1 out. Man at third in the bottom of the 8th. The run will win it for Grand Valley here in game 1 of this doubleheader on senior day. I mean, this has only taken all day at the mound to sort out. And at long last, Steve Perrell comes out. Is there a question of an injury? He's got nobody even in the bullpen right now, so I can't understand why this is taking so long. And now the bullpen starts to get busy for Findlay. The trainer is out there right now, which I didn't notice at first. So maybe there is a question about the fitness of Alex Williams. Well, yeah. I don't think he's continuing. When you've got the trainer rubbing the back of your right arm, there's going to be a pitching change, and they're going to make it because of the injury. So it'll take a while to warm up the next hitter. We'll take a break, and we'll come back and see what happens here at Grand Valley after this on the Grand Valley Sports Network.
You didn't used to hear much in a library. Well, this is no typical library.
The Mary Ida Pugh Library Learning and Information Commons on the Allendale campus has been receiving praise and acclaim from the moment it opened its doors in 2013.
The design came after watching and listening to students, but it also came with Grand Valley's high standards of design and environmental responsibility. The library just earned the highest level of LEED certification by the U.S. Green Building Council. It was awarded platinum status. This library has energy management features that include underfloor air distribution, super efficient exterior walls, a heat recovery system, and a rainwater-fed irrigation system. These save the environment and operating costs. When the university saves money, it can better manage tuition and other costs to students. Now that should give students in this library something to talk about. For Around Grand Valley, I'm Mary Eileen Lyon.
Alex Williams is going out of the game with some sort of arm problem, and that means that Eric Schrand is in. He pitched yesterday in Game 2. Young man from Cincinnati. He will inherit a 3-1 count on the hitter, Josh Smith. So he's got zero room for error. He's going to have to throw a couple of strikes here in this situation, or Smith will be aboard. Kevin Zach is at third base. He started the inning with a base hit to left center, moved to second on the error by the left fielder Hara, who misplayed the ball out there. Jamie Potts bunted. The sacrifice worked perfectly. Moved Zach to third. Josh Smith, who's batting for the first time, he replaced Overbeck, the DH, as a pinch runner in the 7th inning. Stayed in the contest. And now he is looking at a new pitcher who takes over with a 3-1 count, and he's throwing a lot of curveballs, which I think is a little bit surprising. Smith would love to get on base here because then you've got Rebecki, a left-handed batter, coming up to face a right-handed pitcher. Although Findlay can't be too concerned about that at this point. They're thinking if this guy gets on, we'll just have to play for a double play. Tran getting a little bit extra time to warm up because of the injury. And I think the indications are he's just about ready to go, as we are as well. So Grand Valley, which was behind 6-1 early on, has come back to tie at 6-6 with a 2-out bases-loaded single by Nadratowski in the bottom of the 7th when the Lakers were down to their final pitch. Now have a chance for the first time today. Well, maybe not the first time, but they have their best opportunity to win this game with Josh Smith at the plate. 3-1 count, runner at third. New pitcher into the game. It's Eric Schrand. So freshman versus freshman here. I don't think Josh Smith is going to be first pitch swinging. He takes it way outside, and he's got to walk. So that works for Grand Valley. Now you've got the better matchup. And the Lakers are going to make a change, it would appear. It is Joel Skipper who will bat. And we know, at least we think we know, what this could mean. Skipper is a guy who can play small ball. Might be called upon to bunt here. What he also can do is run. So if he puts the ball in play, Grand Valley's going to take their chance trying to avoid the double play. Skipper bats for Rebecki. First action of the series for Joel, who is also a member of the football team. He is the place kicker. This guy is a talented athlete, too. He's not just a kicker. And it looks like they're going to walk him to load the bases. Skipper was an outstanding soccer player, probably his best sport in high school. And they are going to walk him to set up a bases-loaded situation. So I think Findlay has kind of stopped worrying about the bunt possibilities. They're going to walk Skipper. That's the second wide one. Williams is the pitcher of record. The infield will be able to back up a little bit here. Smith is going to take off, maybe to distract people. He goes down to second. And with a 3-0 count, Joel Skipper will draw a walk. Schran does that quite nicely. And the Lakers now will have a right-handed hitter up there, McLaughlin, who's had a good series, but it's now righty on righty. And a guy who doesn't run nearly as well as Skipper, but a guy who does run decently. He's not absolute double play material here. Zach at third, Josh Smith at second, Joel Skipper at first. Cody Grice over there talking to Skipper saying, don't wander too far off. We're not really concerned about your run, and make sure the ball goes through before you head for the next base. Here's McLaughlin with a chance to win it, the junior college transfer. That ball is down. Kevin Zach thought about it, but Valdez got enough of the baseball to keep it from going back to the screen. I think Eric Schran is going to have to prove he can throw a strike here before Grand Valley swings at one. McLaughlin had a hit, scored a run in that 7th inning rally. He's been on 3 times today, had 4 hits yesterday. Tough situation for Schran. He probably was thinking he wasn't going to pitch in this game, if at all today, after pitching yesterday. That is outside for ball 2. If he goes to 3-0, the collar gets pretty darn tight for the pitcher. He's going to have to find a way to throw one in here. Now, John McLaughlin looks down to the coach, Dell Young, wants to make sure that he's either got the stop sign or the go sign on this pitch. I'd be shocked if he's swinging here 2-0 against a guy who just came in the game and has not thrown a strike. Well, he has now. 13 hits for the Lakers. One more will do it. It's the catcher, John McLaughlin, with the bases loaded in game 1. Grand Valley trying to erase the memory of a terrible start and put a win up on the board here. In the air to right field. This should do it. Right fielder going back. He's not going to get there. It's over his head. Skipper's got to get to the next base and touch it. He's got to keep going. This game is not yet over. This game is not yet over. The walk-off hit. Skipper, though, has got to get to second base. They could still get out at second base. They're doing it right now. This game is not over. Joel Skipper did not go down to second base. He is going to be out there. Well, they got the out at the base, but that's only the second out anyway. They tried for another force out. Skipper should keep going, though, in that situation. I didn't see the runner go to first. Skipper's out on a force, and that's exactly what happened. But Grand Valley has won the ball game. Why did Skipper not continue on? I have no idea. He's got to advance to the next base to make sure that he's gained that base. But even if he's out at second, it's only a force out, and the winning run still scores. So Grand Valley wins it by the score of 7-6. We see the hitter do the right thing. McLaughlin, he touched first base. But it's happened before in baseball where a runner did not advance. Had there been 2 outs in that situation, Skipper would have been out on a force. The run would not have scored, and the game would have continued. The Lakers, though, win it by the count of 7-6 here in a wild first game finish. We're going to take about a 40-minute break, and we'll come back with game 2. The Lakers, 7 runs, 13 hits, 5 errors, 6-8-1 for Findlay. An unusual finish, but Grand Valley, on a day of mistakes, overrides the last one to win the game. That'll do it for us. We'll see you in a bit. We'll be back with more baseball on the Grand Valley Sports Network. Well, after a bit of a longer delay than we had anticipated between games, we are set to go for contest number 2 in this 4-game series, the second game of the doubleheader. Aaron Jensen on the mound for Grand Valley. An absolutely wild finish to this game and a pretty placid start. Ground ball to Kevin Zach at second. Throw down to first beats Josh Schweer, the leadoff man. So first pitch swinging. Big Aaron Jensen gets the opening out of game 2. We want to go back and talk a little bit about what happened at the end of the first game. We'll do that when time permits, but it was quite an interesting scenario. Here we go with the number 2 hitter, Cameron Johnson, the second baseman in this game for Findlay, facing Aaron Jensen. Jensen is a tall drink of water. He is big and well built, 6'8", 250. Connor Glick is behind the plate in game 2, replacing McLaughlin. Jensen with a good fastball to the outside portion of the plate. 1-2 now. Big guy, has pretty good repertoire, throws hard, and that's just pretty much unhittable. Looked like it had a little cut on it as well from Jensen. Cameron Johnson has played in all 4 games now of this series. This is on the ground foul down toward third. Grand Valley's got Aaron Overbeck at third in this game. Defensively for the Lakers behind Jensen, Overbeck, Josh Smith at shortstop. Zach moves over to second base. Jesse Abel will DH in this game, the second baseman in the first game. And Josh Griffith replaces Matt Williams at first. In the outfield, Joel Skipper with his first start. He was a figure in the 8th inning drama. Mike Nadrotowski in center. Jamie Potts in right field again for Grand Valley, and Connor Glick behind the plate. Here is the 3-2 pitch coming up, and it is swung on and missed. Got by Glick, has to set his feet, fire down, and Griffith gets the put out at first base for the second out. 2 up, 2 down. First strikeout for Jensen. Here's Chase Goulet, the DH in this contest. Left-handed hitter in the number 3 slot of the batting order. That pitch is a fastball up high. Peter Jorgen, playing in right field, is on deck for Findlay. Austin Adams gets another start after his fine performance in game 1. Christian Smith is back behind the plate. That's a check swing, but it's in for a strike. Jensen really would like to give Grand Valley a lot of good innings here today because they've been a bit ragged. That's a good fastball there, cutting away from Goulet. 1-2 the count with 2 out in the first inning of game 2. Grand Valley won in 8, 7-6 in the opener. Jensen working pretty quickly on the mound. Big guy comes right down the pipe for a called third strike. So Findlay goes quietly in the opening inning. 2 strikeouts for Jensen. This pitch is a beauty. Here come the Lakers batting in the home half of the first. No score on the Grand Valley Sports Network.
You learn something every single day at Grand Valley State University about who you are and who you can become, about where you've been and where you're going, about your goals and how to accomplish them. At the end of the day, you know what you want from life. Find it within yourself. Find it within Grand Valley State University.
Here come the Lakers batting in the home half of the first inning against the right-hander Corey Carl out there for Findlay in this final game of the 4-game series. With the weather about to turn, we're going to look back on this weekend in baseball as really something to behold here in West Michigan. Just beautiful weather yesterday. The breeze it's still a fresh breeze, but not nearly as hard as what we saw in the first game, in the early part of the first game when it was blowing quite hard. Mike Nadrotowski steps in to lead off. Nadrotowski had a bases loaded, 2-out single to score 2 runs in a full count situation in the bottom of the 7th to send the game into extra innings. And from there, Grand Valley won it. A lot of crazy things happened in that 8th inning. It started with Kevin Zach getting a single, getting to second on an error, bunted to third by Potts. And then after a couple of walks, scored the game-winning run on a fly ball to right field by John McLaughlin, and we're still not sure what we can characterize it as. Here's the play again. Now this ball falls in, but watch Joel Skipper going back to the bag for some reason. It falls in, everybody stops. If all the base runners advance 1 base, including the hitter, the game is over, but Skipper never made it to second base. Eventually, Findlay picked up the ball, went to second, got a force out. Unfortunately for them, it was only the second out of the inning. And there were no more force outs to be had, so it allowed McLaughlin to be safe at first, and I guess Josh Smith, the pinch runner at second, to be safe at third. And Kevin Zach was the guy that came in with the winning run. But the debate right now that we've been having for the last half hour or so is whether or not McLaughlin gets credit with a base hit to win the game. It looked for all the world like a base hit. It fell in, wasn't fielded cleanly, over the head of the drawn in right fielder Jorgen, but because an out was recorded on the play, technically I think it's might be called a fielder's choice, which doesn't really change the outcome of the game at all. It's just whether or not McLaughlin gets a little upward tick with his batting average. We'll try to find that out before the end of the game. Nadrotowski draws a walk to start. Here is the number 2 hitter. It's the DH for Grand Valley, Jesse Abel. That pitch is down in the zone.
The designated hitter, Jesse Abel.
Kevin Zach on deck has moved from short to second for game 2. Grand Valley's made a number of changes in the lineup here for this game. That's on the outside edge. Already, Corey Carl taking a lot of time out there on the mound. Nadrotowski is going on the pitch. It's a good throw down to second, but Nadro's going to beat it. He's in with a stolen base. 2-2 the count. The throw from Smith, not in time to get Mike Nadrotowski, who's in scoring position here with nobody out in the first inning. But Smith got rid of it pretty quickly, but this throw was to the shortstop side of the bag, and no chance there for Cameron Johnson to apply the tag. See if Jesse Abel can shoot one through on the right side. He's going to take time now as Carl's looking in. Three and two now as the catcher. Well, we were told it was going to be Christian Smith in the starting lineup, but that is Valdez back there behind the plate wearing 35. In the air, short right field. No chance for the runner to advance unless this one falls in. It does. but Nadrotowski's just going to go back to the base. He was off the base a little bit, playing halfway. Certainly not a tagging situation. Base hit. Can't quite tell. So 2 on for the Lakers here. It's Kevin Zach at the plate right now. Zach is going to bunt. It's a good one. They're going to have to hurry to do something with it, and they are just going to get him at first base. Now the catcher Valdez bounded out of there and barely able to retire Zach. Almost a bases loaded, nobody out situation for Jamie Potts. And a little bit of confusion here. The pitcher kind of got into the equation. And at the very last, the catcher did a great job to get him out of the way. And there you see Zach out by a half step. Second and third now for Grand Valley. And here's Potts. That's a breaking ball that floats inside. Jamie Potts hits one that handcuffs the second baseman. The throw to first in time for the out. Nadrotowski scores the game's first run, though. It's an RBI ground out for the Laker right fielder Jamie Potts, and Grand Valley is on top by the score of 1-0. Potts retired Johnson to the first baseman. And Abel now down at third base with 2 gone. And here's a ball in the air to left field, fairly deep, going back. This one is up against the wall as Aaron Overbeck makes a bid for extra bases. He'll go in with a stand-up double, and the Lakers take a 2-0 lead. Ringing double off the fence in left center field, very nearly climbed out of here. That ball was about 3 or 4 feet away from clearing the fence. It hit, it appeared to me to be about 2/3 of the way up. Overbeck was wondering whether or not he got this one good enough, right near the scoreboard. And where does it hit? Boy, that was pretty close. Very nearly climbed over the Cyclone fence in left field. Didn't miss by much. Lakers on top by 2, and here's Connor Glick. So a double and an RBI. Abel scores. And now it's Aaron Overbeck down at second base as the freshman catcher steps in for his first at bat. Hot smash. Speared by the first baseman for the final out of the inning. Nice play by Burkett. We go to the second. Findlay trailing the Lakers here. 2-0 on the Grand Valley Sports Network.
Gotta go. I'd like to welcome you to our basement. I'd like to read a brief statement. We, the Hubacher family, are pleased to announce today that we've acquired the following players: Buster Posey, Mike Trout, Yadier Molina, Bryce Harper, Derek Jeter, and Miguel Cabrera. We believe that this demonstrates, once again, our family's unwavering commitment to assemble the very best team in this neighborhood.
Mr. Hubacher, you've really upped the ante here. How do you expect the other families in the neighborhood to respond?
Well, the Harris family's going to be none too pleased.
Word is the Harrises are putting together quite a team of their own. Any concerns?
Under Cliff Harris's mismanagement, they already used up all their wall space with a bunch of paintings. I mean, really, come on.
Dad.
I know.
All right, next question.
Start building your own dream team at fathead.com.
Been a great crowd on hand here today. A lot of people filing in and out of the contest. A lot of folks on campus here today. Activities over at the track and field area, not too far from here. Just a lot of different things going on and a full range of activities on the golf course. The Meadows right behind us. Here's Aaron Jensen on for his second inning of work. Jensen acquitted himself rather nicely in the first frame. And this is the cleanup hitter, the right fielder Peter Jorgen, facing Aaron Jensen. Takes it down low for ball one. Jorgen's been pretty much a fixture in the lineup for Findlay this weekend. Jorgen, Adams, Christian Smith were scheduled to be the first three. That's on the outside corner. We saw the official lineup before the game list Smith, but Valdez is catching. So now the question is, what happens when Valdez comes up? Because if Grand Valley's got the same lineup card that we have here, it's going to be interesting. Ground ball down to Zach, toss across. Jorgen is out number one. Kevin Zach had some bad moments in the field in game one at shortstop, but he also had some very good moments as that game went on, and he scored the winning run to boot. So all in all, he would probably tell you a pretty good day. That's a good fastball there, hit down off the plate. Big hopper, second bounce, handled by Zach. And here's Austin Adams. This guy was impressive. 3 hits, a couple of doubles in the opener. Jensen just pouring it in there. But he falls behind 2-0 to Austin Adams. See, when you have good stuff right there, you got a good hitter in a hitter's count going through a fastball, you're bringing it pretty well. Nothing fancy about this one, just the real good heat from Jensen. Adams couldn't get there. And he's late on that one too. 2-2. Breaking ball up in the air on the left side. Smith and Zach both going for it. Smith is going to corral it, and in short center field, the Lakers shortstop puts that away for out number 2. Well, this is certainly not Christian Smith, who got a workout and then some yesterday. It's Miguel Valdez. And that is ball one. I'm wondering if anybody down there is thinking what we're thinking, or possibly a change was made just before the start of the game that Grand Valley was made aware. Swinging strike, 1-1. This one is into center field for a base hit. Nadrotowski over to get it on a couple of skips. That's a base knock for Miguel Valdez. First hit after 5 consecutive outs against the slants of Aaron Jensen. See him looking over to first base. That's a fastball poured right down the heart of the plate against Troy Merriman. Merriman starting all 4 games in this series at third base. The freshman from nearby Granville, just down the pike. He's probably closer to home than anybody, unless you live on campus here. Good eye here on this pitch. Took a look. Framed pretty well by Connor Glick, but not getting the call from Sean Howard, who's behind the plate. Nathan Thompson, the base umpire. Now it goes to 3-1. Jensen had a relatively easy start to this inning. 2 quick outs and then a base hit. Now he's behind 3-1 against the Findlay third baseman. Full count now. 2 runs for Grand Valley in the bottom of the first. Lakers on top here. Inning number 2 of game number 2. Today, that is. Game number 4 of this series. Doubleheader yesterday, doubleheader today. And this is the last start of the weekend for these two teams. Findlay heads down the road after this one. Grand Valley will take a few days off. Valdez is running. That pitch is outside for ball 4. So Jensen not happy with himself there, walking the number 7 hitter. And here's Pete Burkett, the first baseman. Two on, 2 out for Findlay. First time they've put a runner in scoring position. Well, Jensen was very effective. He was all over the zone in the first inning. Had a little bit of trouble with his command here in the second inning of this contest. And he's going to get a visit from Connor Glick right now. Not quite completing his motion there when he's up in the zone like that. Sometimes an indication that the arm is trailing a touch on the delivery. Kevin Schrock, the shortstop, in the on-deck circle. Good opportunity here for Burkett to do some damage. Hitters count against the guy who's been a little bit wild, and he went right after that fastball and couldn't find it. 2-1. Findlay not waiting around. They want to get some swings in on this guy, and it's usually a good strategy when you've got a hard thrower. It's going to take a few more swings to produce some offense. Don't be taking that fastball when you're ahead in the count. Jensen again pounds it right down the middle. 2-2 now on Burkett. Thinking Burkett was looking for something a little bit different there. There's no reason to watch that one pass by. See if Jensen can finish him off here. 2 out, top of the second. Grand Valley 2, Findlay no score. And there's a line drive, base hit in the left. Should score a run. Skipper's up with the ball. He's going to hurry it back into the infield, but coming across to score is Valdez with the first run of the game for the visitors. And Burkett delivers a 2-out RBI single. Stopping at second was Merriman. Grand Valley made the wise play there. Skipper didn't try to make a heroic throw to the plate. That ball was cut off, and they hold the runner at second. So now first and second again, still 2 out, but a run in. And this is Kevin Schrock. Not likely to pull the ball with a lot on it against the heat of Aaron Jensen. Jamie Potts playing shallow again in right. Infield's back on the right side. Outfield for Grand Valley mostly straight away. And quickly Jensen goes 0-2 on the shortstop for the Oilers. Jensen cruising along. Got the first 5 and then gave up a hit, a walk, and a hit. Boy, they asked for some help on that one. It looked as though Schrock was kind of leaning out over the plate, but Nathan Thompson indicated no. Does he go too far in this swing? Well, he doesn't really swing. 1-2. Well, the young man was on the fastball that time, fouled it straight back. 7-inning second contest here today because the first game went into extra innings. Normally we play 7, then 9, but it's just going to be extra innings and then 7 today. Ground ball toward third. Down to second for the force. They get it. Zach covering. Takes the throw from Kozlowski, and Findlay is out in the second. But they get a run on a couple of hits. A walk, no errors. 2 left. Here comes Grand Valley. The Lakers up by a run in game 2.
If you sign up for DirecTV's latest deal, prepare to be blindsided. Because they'll double your rate before you know it. And you'll find you're locked into a 2-year contract that could cost you over $3,000. That's why the smart choice is Xfinity. You can see all the best action in football all season long, with no surprises. Don't get blindsided by DirecTV. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Grand Valley got a couple in the home half of the first inning. Findlay came back to score in the second. Lakers still holding a 1-run lead. And the Lakers will have the bottom third up. Griffith, Smith, and Skipper here. 3 right-handers to face Corey Carl. Ground ball to short. Schrock up with it. Double clutch, but he gets it over there with plenty on it for out number 1. Pitch is inside here to the young infielder for Grand Valley. Josh Smith batting here in the second inning for the Lakers. Zach has moved over to shortstop. Same thing they did yesterday. Zach played it short the first game, slid over to second for the nightcap. Good curveball there from Corey Carl. Just outside, 2-1 now on the Lakers shortstop. Schrock has been busy today, burns it out again and makes a decent enough throw across to retire the Grand Valley shortstop, Josh Smith, for out number 2. That'll bring up Joel Skipper. Skipper came into the game in the 8th inning, was a pinch hitter. They walked him intentionally, and he was involved in that bizarre play at the end. Bases loaded fly ball to right that dropped in. Skipper did not go down and touch second base. After Grand Valley walked off, Findlay retrieved the ball, threw back in, recorded an out at second. It was a force out, but in doing so effectively ended the game because there was no longer a force out available, and it was only the second out of the inning. The run scores anyway. Grand Valley still wins, but Skipper fouls that one back. Skipper takes that one inside. 2-1 the count now with 2 gone in the Lakers second. 2-1 Grand Valley. Skipper fouls another one off. inside on Skipper. So in his second at bat of the day, he is on with a walk again. Base on balls to the number 9 hitter playing in left field. And here's Mike Nadrotowski. Nadrotowski had, well, probably the biggest moment of game one, the 2-out, full count, 2 RBI single to tie the game at 6 in the 7th inning. Skipper dancing around like he's thinking about going. That pitch is off the plate from Corey Carl. It is 1-0 on Mike Nadrotowski. Nadrotowski had just 1 hit in the first game, but boy, it came at an opportune time when the Lakers were down to their final strike. And he almost got it into the gap, which could have ended the game right there. Skipper not going. Nadro takes it on the outside corner. It's a little bit up on Mike Nadrotowski with Abel on deck. Nadrotowski scored in the first inning. Well, that's a smash past the second baseman. Skipper's going to go for third. He'll make it easily. Nadrotowski has a 2-out single to put the Lakers in business again, and here is Jesse Abel, the DH who had a single and scored a run back in the first. Line shot by Mike right on that baseball there, and Cameron Johnson made a dive, couldn't get there. Let's see if Jesse Abel can inflict a little bit more damage. Had a single back in the first. Zach then sacrificed both Nadrotowski and Abel up a base. Jamie Potts grounded out to bring in a run, and then Overbeck had an RBI single that scored Abel. It's a breaking ball in from Corey Carl for the strike. Nadrotowski's going. They're not going to throw down, and Skipper's not fooled by the catcher who eats the baseball and then tosses it back to Corey Carl. So second and third. Nadrotowski's in at second base. And now 2 runners in scoring position for Jesse Abel in a 1-1 count. Zach is on deck. He'll bat next if the designated hitter for Grand Valley can get on board. Carl fights back with that breaking pitch on the outside corner. 2-2 the count with 2 gone. Joel Skipper at third, Mike Nadrotowski. Both guys can run on the bases. Base hit to the outfield will almost certainly score 2 here. That is cued foul down the first baseline. Almost had it by him, did Corey Carl. This should end the inning. Burkett camping under this high pop-up. Ooh, had some difficulty with the high sky there, but managed to corral it. And the Lakers are gone in the second. They threaten but do not score. Third inning coming up. Grand Valley 2, Findlay 1.
Many of our customers are repeat customers. Once they travel with Cardinal, they come back time and time again.
Our drivers are the best in the industry. We have so many positive comments about our drivers.
Cardinal Bus, 85 years of safe, reliable, worry-free transportation. Call us at 800-348-7487.
When cold refreshment calls, Coors Light answers. Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Game 4 of the weekend series. This is inning number 3 coming up here on the Grand Valley Sports Network. Beautiful baseball weather these last couple of days. Temperature maybe in the low 70s, a little bit of a breeze, just enough to make it extremely comfortable. And it will be Josh Schweer, the leadoff man, batting to begin the third inning against Aaron Jensen. 2 runs, 4 hits for Grand Valley, 1 run, 2 hits. All of that happened in the last frame for Findlay after Jensen had retired the first 5 hitters today that he faced. 6'8" right-hander on the mound against Schweer. That's down in the zone. Schweer hit the first pitch of the game down to Kevin Zach for a ground out in his first at bat. Schweer, Johnson, Goulet, the first 3 scheduled. That ball is fouled back. He's stabbed there by the umpire. Grand Valley can get out of here with a victory. They'll be pretty pleased considering the way things went yesterday in the first game. This is bunted at, and no connection there for Schweer. 1-2 the count. Grand Valley lost the first game, and rightfully so yesterday, and you could make a case that Findlay was the better team in game 1 today, all until the very last. They just couldn't get the last pitch past Mike Nadertowski, or they would have had, at minimum, a split against Grand Valley, even though they came in with a pretty poor league and overall record, but playing better baseball now at this point in the season. Findlay, regardless of the result here in this game, will have to be encouraged by what they did against the Lakers. This one back toward the screen, just going to carry out of play, I think. Oh, look out, Connor Click. Well, we know now those pads do protect, and that fence does have some give because he hit it pretty hard. The pitch is high. 2-2 now to Josh Schweer, the center fielder. Jensen made a good pitch there. Can Jensen get there? He does. Hey, the big fella. Nice wheels by 6'8" Aaron Jensen. Went about 15 feet into foul territory. Coming off the mound to make the catch on that little foul pop-up here. Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hey, covered some ground there. And he makes the catch to retire Schweer for the first out of the inning. Cameron Johnson bats now, playing at second base here in the second game. That might be the hardest pitch that Jensen's thrown so far. Up in the zone, though. Most of his fastballs that have missed have been upstairs. Big guy with a lot of leverage out there at 6'8", peering in at the hitters. Got to be a pretty foreboding look from the batter's box. That one is inside. 4 straight wide ones to Johnson. He's on with a walk. And here's Goulet, the DH. Well, Jensen thought he had that one in the zone. It's a 5th straight wayward delivery there. 1-0 the count now. Cameron Johnson got on with a walk down at first base, being held there by Griffith. Good pitch there by Aaron. Runner not going. That pitch is a breaking ball in the dirt. Actually, that ball was closer to the zone than I thought from behind home plate here. That ball is hit on the nose towards center field into the gap. Nadrikowski gets over and cuts it off, but the runner on first makes it to third on the single by Chase Goulet. Well,
right fielder
Peter Jorgen with a chance, as Jamie Detillian's going to come out and talk with his pitcher right now. I think it's something tactical here. He's not happy about something that Jensen did in that last at-bat. Jorgen bats for the second time. He grounded out in his first at-bat. Good play by Nadrikowski in center field to get over there and cut that ball off to keep the tying run from scoring. Detillian talking now with Jensen and his catcher Connor Glick to see how they're going to play this. Austin Adams is on deck, but it's Peter Jorgen, the right-handed hitter, who bats now for the Findlay Oilers in Game 2. Grand Valley will hold with the runner at first. That's Goulet. And here's Jorgen stepping in. Middle infielders in double play depth outside from Jensen. I think Jensen, with the stuff he's got, he's just got to eradicate the sight of a hitter in the box there. Just pitch and catch. Try to hit the target, because if his stuff is as good as it looks right now, not too many pitches in the zone are going to be hit very hard. That is a good one right there. Check swing by Jorgen, but I think that one was across anyway. Take another look. That's a called strike. Now 1-2 for Aaron Jensen. Would love a strikeout right here for that tying run. Down at third base. That's Cameron Johnson, who walked with 1 out in this inning. Then Goulet with a single. Jorgen was on that one pretty well, fouled it straight back. Still 1-2. This is fisted towards short. Smith is going to glove it one-handed, and that will work just fine for Grand Valley. A little pop up to the shortstop. Humpback liner there off the bat of Jorgen
left fielder
for out number 2. Got that kind of toward the end of the bat. Really just didn't have anything on it at all, and Smith just has to secure the squeeze of that one. So now there's 2 out. But here's a trouble guy right here, Austin Adams. Good left-handed hitter. Pitch is just a little inside. This is not a bad hitting lineup that Peril has trotted out here for game number 2. He's got some pop from the left side. That's on the inside corner. Good pitch. Tied up the hitter. Count goes to 1-1. But 2 gone in the third here. A 7-inning contest coming your way on the Grand Valley Sports Network. Austin Adams was very good in game 1. Here's a line drive. Smith, boom. That one left a mark, but the rookie shortstop corralled it. The freshman spears it for out number 3. Here it is again. Adams with the Atom ball. Right to Josh Smith. Here comes Grand Valley. Bottom of the third coming up.
You learn something every single day at Grand Valley State University about who you are and who you can become, about where you've been and where you're going, about your goals and how to accomplish them. At the end of the day, you know what you want from life. Find it within yourself. Find it within Grand Valley State University.
I was only 18 when I was diagnosed with cancer. I went from being an active, healthy teenager to becoming very sick very quickly. But thanks to the collaboration between researchers and my oncologist, I survived, and I'm now in remission.
We were curious, could a checking account help fight cancer? We'll give $150 to Stand Up to Cancer and $150 to you when you open a new checking account with direct deposit and make 3 online bill payments at Fifth Third Bank, the Curious Bank.
All right, it'll be Kevin Zach to lead off for the Lakers here as we go to the bottom of the third inning. It's a big day for the Zacks. Kevin, a senior on senior day, scored the winning run in game 1. Grand Valley's baseball team had a season-long fundraiser, a raffle, giving away a trip to Hawaii. And Tim Selgo and Doug Lipinski of the athletic staff were on hand to pull the ticket out of the barrel. And the winning ticket was purchased by Kevin Zach's mother. And that's a nice reward for her. She's been wearing out I-96 for the last 4 years from her home in Novi to come watch Kevin play, not only in Allendale, but at various different stops throughout the league. And she's going to be rewarded now with a nice trip to the islands. That's outside. That ball bounces up. 2-1 on Kevin Zach. Zach had some real problems in the first game. Had a couple of errant throws at shortstop, but as the game went on, he got a lot better and had a couple of very fine plays that helped keep it close for Patrick Kelly, who we should mention stuck around to the bitter end. The Grand Valley starter. Whoa! Shot back through the box, and Corey Carl just barely got his head out of the way in time. Man, that was close. Falling off the mound to the first base side. Let's take a look at this one. This is an absolute bullet. And that hurt us, and we're about 150 feet away from it. Difficult to take a look there. Zach with the base knock. That would have put a damper on what has been otherwise a delightful and interesting afternoon. Carl's okay. I think he's still thinking about it, though, because you got Jamie Potts up there right now, and he singles to right field. Zach is going to make the turn, puts on the brakes. Now he's got to get back into the base, and the ball was cut off by the second baseman on the throw from Jorgen in the outfield. So first pitch swinging, Jamie Potts gets his first hit of the nightcap. He's now 1 for 2. He had a ground out earlier that advanced the Laker runners. Actually had an RBI on that ground out in the first inning, Jamie Potts did. Zach is 1 for 1 after his base hit. He had sacrificed in the first. So here is Aaron Overbeck. Had a good game so far, had a good day so far. Did well in the first game. Here's a bunt. It's fair. They're going to have to hurry to get him. Oh, they go to third. Nice play. The third baseman, Merriman, got back to the base, and Zach is out. Thinking that bunt may have caught Zach a little bit unaware. He was not really moving all that well. I thought he was going to gain the bag easily. The ball is bunted back. The catcher had time to go to third, and Zach was an easy out. It's just a question whether or not Merriman was going to get back to the bag. So the bunt fails. Zach is retired at third. Potts moves to second. Overbeck on the fielder's choice at first. Connor Glick batting now. Glick started game one yesterday, gave way to McLaughlin, who had that big hit, a big hitting game, I should say. 4 hits in game one, and he was involved in the play that ended it, had the game-winning RBI in game one today. So big weekend for the Lakers' other catcher. Now Glick is trying to make his contribution. Turned on that pitch from Corey Carl. Hit it foul down the left field line. Grand Valley really hasn't overwhelmed Findlay with its offense the way we thought it might. It did get 12 runs yesterday, but a lot of that was right at the end when Findlay ran out of pitchers, and Grand Valley got 5 in the last 2 innings of that 12-6 win. But nothing like the outburst Grand Valley had at Northwood on Wednesday, scoring 32 runs in 2 games. Glick, foul, pretty much the same area as the last one. 1-2. 1 out here, bottom of the third. Grand Valley with 6 hits, leading 2-1 against the Oilers from the University of Findlay. Glick is able to spoil that pitch, fouled it back over the screen. Looked to me like he was reaching out on the off-speed delivery from Carl. Corey Carl pitching in game number 2 here. Cody's 5'11", a right-hander, a freshman from North Canton, Ohio. Glick up in the sky. It's an infield fly call right here. Doesn't matter if he catches it or not. The batter is automatically out. But Burkett did manage to fight off the high sky there and corral that for the out. And here is Josh Griffith. Griffith grounded out to short in his last at bat. Playing at first base here in game 2. Check swing. Ball, says the umpire. Look down to his partner, Nathan Thompson, for some help on the appeal play. He said Griffith did not offer at that pitch. Just inside from Corey Carl. There's a strike. Three and one on Josh Griffith. 2 aboard here for the Lakers with 2 out in the third. That's strike 2. But a pretty good pitch go by him that time. Looked like one that was hittable. Well, not bad. A little bit of a wrinkle there on that breaking ball. Grab the outside edge. Runners will be going here for Grand Valley. both getting healthy leads. There they go. And here's a ball hit toward the gap in right center. The right fielder coming over. A diving play, and he makes the catch. Jorgen. Well, 2 more runs for Grand Valley, wiped out by an outstanding play by Findlay. Peter Jorgen with a backhanded dive, and what can you say? It's just a sensational effort by the outfielder here. I didn't know if he'd quite be able to reach that one, but there it is. We're going to the 4th.
I was only 18 when I was diagnosed with cancer. I went from being an active, healthy teenager to becoming very sick very quickly. But thanks to the collaboration between researchers and my oncologist, I survived, and I'm now in remission.
We were curious, could a checking account help fight cancer? We'll give $150 to Stand Up to Cancer and $150 to you when you open a new checking account with direct deposit and make 3 online bill payments at Fifth Third Bank, the Curious Bank.
Even though Findlay has only won 1 game of this series so far, the defense from the Oilers has been, for the most part, outstanding. And there have been a couple of game-altering catches that they have turned in. That last one by Jorgen in right field saved 2 runs for sure. There was one earlier today against Nadrotowski that changed the course of the game. A great play made on a back to the infield lunging catch by Josh Schweer. They've had good play by their middle infielders. Played good, solid baseball for the most part. But Grand Valley has wins in 2 of the first 3. They're trying to make it 3 of 4 here in the nightcap with the lead of 2-1 as we go to the 4th inning. And this is Valdez, the catcher, who hails from Mexico City, Mexico. Miguel Valdez played pretty well here today in his action. Yesterday, Christian Smith caught both games, and he was just worn down to a nub by the end of game 2. So they have effectively given him both days off. He's available for duty, but haven't seen him yet. We thought he might be catching here in the nightcap. Jensen, this is a 1-hopper down to Zach. Going to flip it across to get Valdez. Looked like that ball was hit harder than it really was. And Zach had to wait for the bounce. Valdez out by 3 steps for out number 1. Troy Merriman batting now. Freshman takes it on the outside corner. Merriman walked in his first at bat. Watches another one sail by in the strike zone. 0-2. Well, that's world beater stuff right there when you're throwing it to that spot. Jensen cranked it a little too hard on the 0-2 pitch. I think it's just a question of trust for Aaron Jensen. He's got great stuff and can throw it pretty hard. But he's had a few minor command issues in this game. And this ball is hit toward the gap in left center field. It'll get down. Nadrotowski will cut it off, but he's not going to be able to hold Merriman to a single. It's a 2-base hit, stand-up double for the freshman, and what a find he has been for Findlay here. On for the 2nd time today, overwhelmed in the first 2 pitches, but Jensen could not put him away. So we've seen this pattern early in this contest. Jensen doing good early in the inning. In the 2nd, got the first 2 and then gave up 2 hits and a walk that allowed a run to score. Had some difficulty after getting the first out in the 3rd. Eventually able to wiggle off the hook. There's a swing and a miss. This is Pete Burkett, the first baseman, batting with 1 out and a man at second base. Big overhand curveball from Jensen. I think it's the first time we've seen that offering today. Coming straight over the top here. Actually had something on it. Didn't miss by much. That one sails inside. 2-1. Trying to look down at Jamie Detillion. He knows he has to go ways with Jensen here in game 2. Grand Valley used only one pitcher in the first contest. Patrick Kelly went 8, gave up 6 runs, only 2 were earned, and he got the win. Jensen here delivers. Is this one going to stay fair? Just foul down the right field line. 2-2 now the count on Pete Burkett. Kevin Schrock, the shortstop, will bat next. 4 hits now for Findlay, 6 for the Lakers. It's been an error-free contest up until this point. If you're wondering about what's ahead for Grand Valley, some games on the road. Next weekend, Hillsdale, 4 games, then a game at Lewis on the 28th, and then another 4-game series at Malone to wrap up the regular season. Kind of fooled him a little bit. Burkett was able to fight that pitch off. Oh, Jensen nearly had it by him. Foul tipped at the plate. I'm not sure that got a bite of somebody. May have been the umpire. He's out there just to walk it off. Let's see who gets it here. Well, certainly the umpire got some of that. Might have got a touch on Glick as well. This is Pete Burkett hanging tough. 2-2 with 1 out. Jensen needs to bear down. Grand Valley's starting to get somebody ready in the bullpen. Now the count goes to 3-2. Grand Valley will be happy to see this team departing. Findlay's made it tough in every contest this weekend, playing better than their record would suggest, and Burkett works him for a walk, so Jensen's problems continue. He's given up 3 walks now in 3+ innings of work. That's a bit of a telltale sign. Here is Schrock, the shortstop. With 1 out, not really a bunting situation, but the third baseman for Grand Valley, Aaron Overbeck, is playing quite deep there, so Schrock might try to put one down. Either way, he's got space. He's going to swing at this one. A ball hit down the first base line. Griffith giving chase. He makes the play. He's going to hustle this one back into the cutoff man. Not an easy ball to handle, and a nice play. And some appreciation from the Grand Valley fans for Josh Griffith to pull that one in foul territory for out number 2. So it's up to Schweer now with 2 runners aboard and 2 out. The leadoff man batting for the 3rd time here in the 4th inning. He is 0 for 2, a ground out. He had a strange play in his last at bat. He popped one up into foul territory that Jensen took about 9 steps off the mound, tearing toward the Findlay dugout, and snared it with those long strides for an out. Big play by Jensen. 2-0 now the count against Schweer, with the second baseman Cameron Johnson waiting on deck. Jamie Detillion can make some moves here today because he got a good long stretch from his starting pitcher in game 1. He's got some people he can use. Possibly Matt Williams might come back in a relief role today. That one is fouled back. That's just a good fastball right there, and Schweer was not able to get around in time. on the ground. Nice play by Jensen. He's going to go to first. Lally pops it over there. Not a good idea, but it worked this time. And Schwerer is retired. Grand Valley's out of trouble. Bottom of the fourth coming up. Grand Valley 2, Findlay 1.
You didn't used to hear much in a library. Well, this is no typical library.
The Mary Ida Pugh Library Learning and Information Commons on the Allendale campus has been receiving praise and acclaim from the moment it opened its doors in 2013.
The design came after watching and listening to students, but it also came with Grand Valley's high standards of design and environmental responsibility. The library just earned the highest level of LEED certification by the U.S. Green Building Council. It was awarded platinum status. This library has energy management features that include underfloor air distribution, super efficient exterior walls, a heat recovery system, and a rainwater-fed irrigation system. These save the environment and operating costs. When the university saves money, it can better manage tuition and other costs to students. Now that should give students in this library something to talk about. For Around Grand Valley, I'm Mary Eileen Lyon.
All right, Grand Valley coming to the plate in the fourth inning. It's Josh Smith, Joel Skipper, and Mike Nadrotowski. Josh grounded out to short in his at-bat earlier in the contest. Hits a fly ball to right field. This one fairly deep, but Jorgen going back a little bit shy of the warning track, and Jorgen makes the catch for out number one. Here's Skipper. Drew a walk in his previous at-bat. He's batted twice in the doubleheader, walked both times. Tried to bunt his way on. Didn't really fool Merriman, who was charging from third, but that is foul back to the screen for strike one. Skipper pinch hit in the eighth inning. Kind of an interesting circumstance. He pinch hit for Jason Rebecki, himself a left-hander who had a home run earlier in the contest. But Findlay was thinking more about the squeeze possibilities with a man at third with less than 2 outs, so they put Skipper on. Below the bases, little excuse me swing. Merriman's got it there, plenty of time to throw it across. That is out number two here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Skipper grounds to third, and that'll leave it up to Mike Nadrotowski. Nadrotowski's been on twice today, a walk and a single, scored a run back in the first. In game one, the first three batters of the first inning for Findlay scored. In game two, the first two batters of the game for Grand Valley reached and scored. And here's the guy that had the hit that tied it up in the seventh inning. Bases loaded, 2 out. A single to left center by Nadrotowski, scored two to make it a 6-6 ball game, and then Grand Valley came back and scored in the eighth to win it, 7-6. Breaking ball that time from Cody Carl. Working pretty well in this inning. He's gone past the first two, Smith and Skipper, with relative ease. Let's see if he can get Nadrotowski, who hit it right on the button for a base knock in his last at bat. That's a curveball that just caught the inside edge. I don't think Mike thought so. Count goes to 1-2. Oh, we hit him. Never a good idea for a pitcher, but with 2 strikes and 2 outs, you don't want to put a guy like that on with the heart of the batting order coming up for Grand Valley. You could be in some real difficulty now with Abel coming to the plate. Had a hit, scored a run in the first. Popped out to first in his last at bat. That's a breaking ball too, and Mike took it in the right shoulder, maybe just slightly toward the back. Outfield fairly deep here on the DH, Jesse Abel. This ball is hit, and the wind is underneath it to right field. Jorgen, though, has got a beat on it now, and he makes the catch for out number 3. So first pitch swinging. Abel goes out on a fly ball to right. 5th inning coming up. Still Grand Valley clinging to a 1-run lead.
Students are enrolling in record numbers at Grand Valley. This fall, the campus welcomed a record number of first-year students, bringing the total number enrolled to more than 25,000, hitting a major milestone for the university. The percentage of minority students is also a record high, as is the number of international and out-of-state students.
I chose Grand Valley because it offers a great education for an affordable price.
There are also enrollment increases in engineering, health professions, nursing, and business.
These increases show how the university's programs align with what students want and employers need.
Grand Valley has a track record students and parents count on. It has the 3rd best graduation rate of all public universities in the state, and nearly 85% of recent graduates are staying in Michigan to begin their careers or graduate work. For Around Grand Valley, I'm Mary Eileen Lyon.
All right, getting set here for the 5th inning at Grand Valley as we tilt down to take a look at the baseball field here from the third base side. Grand Valley 2, Findlay 1. Tough frame, though, coming up for Aaron Jensen, Cameron Johnson, Goulet, and Jorgen, hitters 2, 3, and 4. Be a big inning for him if he can work through it without any difficulty. The breeze starting to pick up again, blowing across from right to left. Kind of an eastern wind now. East, northeast, maybe. That is outside for ball 1 from Aaron Jensen. 2-6-0 for Grand Valley, 1-4-0 for the visitors from the University of Findlay. Jensen starts out behind the first hitter. This is a guy that he wants to make him hit his way on, Cameron Johnson. Strikeout and a walk in 2 at-bats so far. And it's 3-0. With the exception of Patrick Kelly, I think it's been something that all the Grand Valley pitchers have had a little difficulty with this weekend, maintaining command throughout. Been behind in a lot of counts. Kelly today made it through 8, and I don't think he issued a walk in that first game. So even though Grand Valley made some errors in the field, the situations weren't compounded by the pitcher putting guys on base. And as a result, Grand Valley did just enough to get the victory in that first game, 7-6 in 8, coming from 2 down in their last at-bat to tie it, and then winning in extra innings. 3-0 pitch coming up here to Johnson. He's taken all the way. It's a strike. This one shouldn't be very fancy either. Hit on the ground toward third. Oh, that ball stayed down on Aaron Overback. You could tell right away it was going to be kind of a funky play for him. He was back on his heels, and Johnson runs pretty well, but just waved at it, never touched his glove. And Cameron Johnson is on to lead off the 5th inning. Grand Valley expecting a bunt here. Goulet, though, is a pretty good hitter. Overbeck coming in on the edge of the grass. Suddenly the breeze has freshened here. Here's a ball hit on the ground. Zach ranging to his left, can't get it. Jamie Potts is up with it quickly, but it's 2 on with nobody out here for Findlay. Not much Grand Valley could do about that one. First baseman Griffith holding with the runner. He can't get to that ball, and it was really more toward Zach's position anyway. He's playing up the middle, shading for a double play grounder. And Jamie Detillion might be about to make a change, and he's going to make one. We'll take a break right now. We'll come back and find out who the new pitcher is going to be on the Grand Valley Sports Network.
You learn something every single day at Grand Valley State University about who you are and who you can become, about where you've been and where you're going, about your goals and how to accomplish them. At the end of the day, you know what you want from life. Find it within yourself. Find it within Grand Valley State University.
Well, there's our man, James Baton's up there on top. Yes, indeed. He started the day with a larger assortment of clothing than what he's wearing right now. Kevin Hallberg is the new pitcher. He is the senior from Lansing, Illinois. Junior college transfer on for Aaron Jensen. Jeremy Knickerbocker's got the towel draped over his head. He's down the third base line. There's a look in the dugout for Grand Valley. Pete White up on the cherry picker way out there. Almost looks like you can jump up on the Kelly Sports Center from there. Not to be advised. And our fourth photographer, Tony Packer, here today. He is down the first base line. Guys have done a great job. They don't complain much either. And there's the rest of the crew. We saw a hand sticking out. Hallberg's going to step off here just to see what's going on. So here is Jorgen with a chance to do some damage. 2 on, nobody out, squaring the bunt, takes it from Hallberg, strike one. Looked like a very buntable ball there, but Jorgen decided against it. Griffith charging from first. He's the action guy for Grand Valley. They'd like to see the bunt going that way. Overbeck is the man who's on the hot seat right now. Does he come in for the bunt? Does he try to get back to the bag? Hallberg, this time is outside. Glick did well to keep that one from going back to the screen. There's Connor Glick. Big guy back there. A couple of big guys back there. The umpire's pretty tall fellow too. That's Sean Howard working game 2 with Nathan Thompson on the bases. One and one the count. Bunting situation here for Jorgen, trying to put 2 into scoring position. Got to be bunting again here too. He is. Bunts it up in the air. Foul. Quite unhappy with himself now. Grand Valley had a play on there. They had people ducking in behind the runner at second base. We'll see what they do with 2 strikes on the hitter. 1 and 2 the count. It's Peter Jorgen, the right fielder. 0 for 2 in this game. A ground out back in the second. A fly ball, actually a soft liner to short. Here's a line drive toward right. Zach got a glove on it. Couldn't keep it from getting into the outfield. And Potts very nearly was able to get a force out at second base as the runner on first had to hold up. It'll go as a scratch single for the batter, Jorgen. Zach almost made a sensational play on that ball. I didn't think he had a prayer of touching it. He almost got it into the webbing of his glove. Boy, Jorgen was given ground there. Zach makes the dive. Just touched it. And then Jamie Potts comes in and almost gets the out at second. Bases loaded now with nobody out. Grand Valley in a jam. There's a ground ball, could be two. Pitcher comes home for one, back to first. Laker double play. Beautifully done by Hallberg. Had a good firm throw to Glick, and then Glick stepped out and gunned it down to Griffith. 2 runners move up, but 2 are eradicated. It's the old 1-2-3 double play for Grand Valley against a good man, Austin Adams, in that situation. Here is Valdez. Takes a breaking ball that hangs inside. Huge play for the Lakers there. Bases loaded, nobody out. You expect to get at least one, maybe more. And now Grand Valley with one good pitch can maybe get out of it here. This is back over the top. Swing, drive to right field. Potts coming out. He's there. He gloves it for the out. And the Lakers work out of a huge jam thanks to Hallberg, who comes in, gets a double play and then a fly ball. And Findlay is kept at bay. We're going to the bottom of the 5th. Still Grand Valley 2, Findlay 1.
If you sign up for DirecTV's latest deal, prepare to be blindsided. Because they'll double your rate before you know it. And you'll find you're locked into a 2-year contract that could cost you over $3,000. That's why the smart choice is Xfinity. You can see all the best action in football all season long, with no surprises. Don't get blindsided by DirecTV. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Grand Valley with the heart of its batting order here in the 5th inning. Like to get some runs right now to add to the total of 2. Laker offense held in check pretty well this weekend by Findlay. Only 2 runs allowed by Cody Carl here in the second game, both in the 1st inning. And some huge trouble averted by the Lakers there. Bases loaded, nobody out. A double play, pitcher to catcher to first base. And then the fly ball to Potts and right, ending the inning. So here is Grand Valley's second baseman, Kevin Zach, batting.
Second baseman, Kevin Zach.
1 for 1 for Zach. A sacrifice back in the 1st, a base hit in the 3rd. I don't want to be taking too many chances with Kevin Zach, who's got good power. He's hit the ball hard, not really so much up in the air this weekend, but he has got the ability to go deep. Carl coming in, pitch that's on, well, just inside. 3-0 on Kevin Zach with Jamie Potts on deck next for the Lakers. Findlay bullpen is got some people down there, but nobody working right now. Is taken all the way, and that's 4 straight that miss against the Lakers second baseman. He's on for the 2nd time in this ball game to lead off the 5th. Jamie Potts batting now. Potts knocked in a run back in the 1st inning with a ground out to second. Had a base hit in his last at bat. Looked like the Lakers had something going there in the 3rd. They had 2 singles to lead off the inning, but then Overbeck bunted into a force out at 3rd, which kind of cooled the threat. That ball is low. Jamie Potts had squared as if to bunt. Took it for ball 1 as Zach scampers back to first base. Overbeck on deck. Number 4 hitter batting right now for Grand Valley, and they're playing very deep again on Jamie Potts, particularly in right field. And a big contrast this weekend in the way that the 2 right fielders have played. Potts has played much more shallow. Jorgen playing much deeper. Tried to bunt that time and kind of almost looked like his heart wasn't really in it there. You know, this guy's swinging the bat very well right now. got the instruction to put the bunt down, but count goes even at 1-1 now. Let's see if Jamie Detillion changes the plan here at 1-1 count. Cody Carl on the mound here in the 5th inning. He's done a good job. Got touched up a little bit at the start of this game, but he has weathered the storm since that time. Potts is swinging. Oh, got the shortstop going the wrong way. Going to have to hurry to get him. They don't do it. Jamie Potts beats it out. Well, Schrock was shading towards second. Moved towards second. Actually got back to the ball and made a pretty strong throw, but Jamie Potts picks him up and puts him down pretty well. It's an infield hit. And Grand Valley, like they did in the 3rd inning, gets its 3 and 4 hitters on to start the frame. And here's Overback. And this is where it went sour last time for Grand Valley. He bunted down the 3rd baseline. Valdez threw out Zach at 3rd. And that kind of stopped Grand Valley's momentum. If Overbeck is bunting here, you might expect that he would go the other way. Potts getting a little bit of a lead. First baseman playing off. Overbeck was thinking about the bunt. Took it outside. Findlay now getting the hurry-up call out to the bullpen as Cody Carl begins to struggle here in the 5th. Findlay could put the wheel play on with the shortstop running to cover 3rd. But if Overbeck is bunting, he's got to bunt it toward first base. You're probably not going to see a first baseman throw it back. There you go. Now that's to the pitcher, and he gets the job done. Carl makes the play back to Burkett at first base for out number 1, but both runners move up this time, and Aaron Overbeck gets it done. Connor Glick batting next for Grand Valley, the number 6 hitter. 0 for 2 in the contest. Infield will play in at every position, right to the edge of the grass. 2 good base runners out there for Grand Valley, and Glick goes through it on that low delivery. Swinging strike 1. Lakers have just never gotten to the point, really, where they have gotten comfortable. Even yesterday, the game they did win, they did almost half their damage in the last 2 innings. It was close the entire way, and they were trailing almost the entire way in game 1 before winning today 7-6. Glick outside, watches that one sail by. 2 7-1 for the Lakers, 1 6-0 for Findlay. Merriman is on the edge of the grass at 3rd. Schrock and Cameron Johnson likewise at short and 2nd. Glick's just got to put it in play. He does. A grounder to 3rd. On contact, they're coming home to Zach. Zach is going to try to get in the rundown. He's got really nowhere to go, but he does enough to allow the other Grand Valley players to safely reach. Jamie Potts moved up to 3rd, but Glick stopped at first base. So it's 1st and 3rd now with 2 out. Zach couldn't have done anything differently. He was going on contact, and the play was right in front of him. Merriman threw into the catcher, and then they chased him back and finally made the tag. So it's a fielder's choice. That allows Glick to reach. And Jamie Potts now at 3rd with 2 out, but still a chance for the Lakers with Josh Griffith stepping in. Well, he made a bid last time, and Jorgen retired him on a great catch out in right center field. Ball that would have gone for 2 runs and at least a double, maybe a triple had it gone by him. Griffith trying to bring home that important insurance run here. Behind in the count, 0-1. Lakers have Josh Smith, their shortstop, in the on-deck circle. 1-1 the count now. Grand Valley with 2 in the 1st, Findlay with 1 in the 2nd. That's been it. Kevin Hallberg on in relief to do a great job in the top of this inning. Getting out of a bases loaded, nobody out jam. Boy, Cody Carl looks like he's just running on fumes right now. Trying to get through this 5th inning. would be, I would think, just about all they're going to ask of him. I think the Findlay bullpen is ready if needed. Three and one now on the Laker first baseman, Josh Griffith. Glick at first, Potts at third. And that is ball 4. So now the margin of error gets even smaller for Cody Carl out on the hill. Josh Smith, a good-looking infield prospect. He's played well defensively here on the weekend, starting the second game of both doubleheaders. Base hit here could be a huge lift for the Lakers. That ball, breaking pitch, sails a little bit high. Ball 1. Well, you'd think you see this guy struggling right now. You want to make him throw at least one strike, but Jamie Detillion might say, well, he might just have one more good straight one in him, and we want to be on it. Here's Smith. He's swinging. Base hit down the left field line. This will get at least 2 home, maybe 3. Grand Valley's going to try to, well, they are going to hold up the runner as Smith delivers a great clutch 2-out double to make it a 4-1 ball game. Well, Carl came right down the pipe with it, and Merriman at third couldn't even react on that one. This ball is just a bullet down in the left field corner. And Merriman, kind of like a hockey goalie, not moving until the puck was past him, could only wave as that one went by. And that's going to be the end of Cody Carl. Grand Valley gets 2 to take a 4-1 lead. We'll take a break and have the pitching change after this on the Grand Valley Sports Network.
Many of our customers are repeat customers. Once they travel with Cardinal, they come back time and time again.
Our drivers are the best in the industry. We have so many positive comments about our drivers.
Cardinal Bus, 85 years of safe, reliable, worry-free transportation. Call us at 800-348-7487.
When cold refreshment calls, Coors Light answers. Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Pitching change made here by Findlay. And this is the coach's son who comes on to pitch for them. It's Colin Perrell, the right-hander, in relief of Cody Carl. And the man of the hour for Grand Valley is the freshman shortstop, Josh Smith. He just rifled a double down in the corner. I think I said they were holding Glick at third. Glick actually was the second runner who scored on the play. It was Griffith, who had previously walked, who's down there at third right now. So if 2 is good, 4 is better. Grand Valley will send Joel Skipper to the plate to face the senior right-hander, Colin Perrell. From Perrysburg, Ohio, big guy, 6'3", 225.
Left fielder Joel Skipper.
Joel Skipper has been aboard a couple of times here in the doubleheader. He has batted 3 times, just 1 official at bat, 2 walks and a ground out. He was on base when Grand Valley scored the winning run in the 8th inning of Game 1 to win 7-6. Skipper with a good swing of that first pitch, fouled it back to the screen. Grand Valley started this inning with a walk to Zach. He eventually got to third before being caught in a rundown between third and home. Potts had a single. Overbeck had sacrificed those two into scoring position. After Glick got on through that fielder's choice, Griffith walked in the double by Smith to make it a 4-1 game. That's on the outside corner. Skipper gave up a little bit early on that pitch. 0-2 now to Joel Skipper, and the Laker left fielder here in game 2. We are in the bottom of the 5th inning. Grand Valley has stretched it out to a 4-1 lead, trying for its 3rd win in 4 tries against Findlay. Skipper can't find it. He's a strikeout victim to end the 5th, but it's a productive frame. Lakers get 2 on the double by Smith. 6th inning coming up. Grand Valley 4, Findlay 1.
You learn something every single day at Grand Valley State University about who you are and who you can become, about where you've been and where you're going, about your goals and how to accomplish them. At the end of the day, you know what you want from life. Find it within yourself. Find it within Grand Valley State University.
I was only 18 when I was diagnosed with cancer. I went from being an active, healthy teenager to becoming very sick very quickly. But thanks to the collaboration between researchers and my oncologist, I survived, and I'm now in remission.
We were curious, could a checking account help fight cancer? We'll give $150 to Stand Up to Cancer and $150 to you when you open a new checking account with direct deposit and make 3 online bill payments at Fifth Third Bank, the Curious Bank.
Kevin Holberg continues on the mound here for the Lakers. He was involved in that defensive gem for the Lakers in the last inning. Bases loaded, nobody out. Tough hitter up, Austin Adams. Hit it right back to Holberg, who got off the mound, fielded it, made a good throw to the plate to Glick, and then Glick rifled it down to Griffith to complete the double play. The next batter in a fly out, and the Lakers got out of a big problem spot. I mean, came back and scored 2 runs of their own. So here we are with the bottom third for Findlay. As we go to the 6th inning, it's Merriman, Burkett, and Schrock. 3 of the 4 infielders batting here in this inning, and Holberg misses the zone with that pitch for ball 1. Grand Valley with 2 in the 1st, 2 in the 5th. 2-0 now with Kevin Holberg, the native of Illinois, on the hill. That's on the outside edge. Continues to get breezier as the day goes on. That's a good pitch there by Kevin. Trying to go right after Merriman. Can't find the zone now. Breaking ball, 3-1. And again, this is something we've seen a little bit from both sides here in game 2. After a big inning, the pitcher runs into some difficulty with the first hitter. That ball is hit in the air to center. Nadrutowski coming hard. He'll glove it for the out. Boy, the ever so sure-handed Mike Nadrutowski takes care of that one. Merriman, who had a ringing double his last time up, hit it hard, but right at the Grand Valley center fielder. Pete Burkett. Pedro with the little flip back in. Burkett's been on twice, a single and a walk in this game today. That's a floater, never really snapped off, ball 1. Burkett had the RBI back in the 2nd inning on his base hit. That ball just misses at the letters, or near the letters, toward the outside part of the plate. 2-0 the count with 1 gone. Good pitch there. In on the fist and into the dugout on the Findlay side. 2-1 the count to the first baseman for the Oilers. Three and 1 the count now. Grand Valley still playing relatively shallow in the outfield, especially Jamie Potts. in right. Andrutowski almost straight away in center. And Joel Skipper stationed out in left field. On the infield, Overbeck Smith, Zach Griffith. That pitch is on the outside edge. The count goes full. This is where Hallberg would like to get it done. 7, 8, 9 hitters in this inning. One gone in the 6th. Hallberg to the set. And again, the hitter making it tough. That one fouled away by Pete Burkett. 3-2. Hallberg doesn't want to do anything too fancy here. Just pour it in there, make him hit it. I'd like to throw a curveball in this situation, but he doesn't want to bounce one to the number 8 hitter with 3-ball count. Let's see what he's able to come up with. That's ball 4. So a runner aboard with one gone, and that'll bring up Kevin Schrock, the shortstop. Schrock is 0 for 2, hit into a fielder's choice in the 2nd, and hit that pop-up that Griffith made a nice play on back in the 4th inning. A ball down the first base line that was kind of curving back toward fair territory, and Griffith stayed with it and made the catch. There's a strike to the number 9 hitter, the shortstop. Schrock and Cameron Johnson doing a good job in the middle of the park for Findlay. Schrock is a sophomore. Cameron Johnson is a freshman. So they would appear to be set at those positions for a while. Might like to upgrade a little bit offensively, but I think this guy is going to become a decent offensive player in time. He's a good defender. He's made all the plays at shortstop in this series. 1-2 now. Grand Valley looking for something on the ground, up the middle if at all possible here. Man on, 1 out, 6th inning. Hallberg overthrew a little bit on that one, missed way outside. 2-2. Grand Valley's got some folks down in the bullpen, nobody working right now. And Findlay's got nobody working. Check swing. That ball is low, 3-2. And if you remember the coaching staff for Grand Valley, your stomach's starting to churn a little bit here with these 3-ball counts. Let's see what Hallberg can come up with. That was on the ground. Nice stab by Griffith. He loses the ball, finally collects it and gets the out at first. Well, there are a lot of different things that could have happened there. Really nice play by Griffith originally. Fumbled it, getting it out of his glove. That took away the chance at a double play or a force out at second. And then he bobbled it again, but is able to retire. There's the first bobble, then another, but luckily he's going in the right direction. And then steps on the bag for the out. 2 gone now. Leadoff man Josh Schweer up. It's Burkett down at second. This guy's had some good moments in the series, but he's 0 for 3 in this contest today. And Kevin Hallberg just wants to concentrate on the hitter now. The run at second base means not all that much. Grand Valley with a 3-run lead with potentially 4 outs to go, and Schweer can't find it. The count 1-1. Hallberg challenged inside, pushed him off the plate a little bit. Yesterday we saw Hara playing center field. Today it is Schweer, who's gone the entire way in this doubleheader in that position. Well, again, Hallberg throwing a lot of pitches here in this inning, and now the sign goes down to the bullpen to get somebody up and get them ready. There's a strike. So the count full, 3-2, 2 out. 6th inning here. Hallberg, good fastball, located well. See if Kevin can go get him here. No, he can't. He misses, and another walk puts the second man on in the person of Josh Schweer. Jamie Detillion is out. He's going to make a move right now. That's going to do it for Kevin Hallberg. We'll take a break and come back with more here today on the Grand Valley Sports Network.
I was only 18 when I was diagnosed with cancer. I went from being an active, healthy teenager to becoming very sick very quickly. But thanks to the collaboration between researchers and my oncologist, I survived, and I'm now in remission.
We were curious, could a checking account help fight cancer? We'll give $150 to Stand Up to Cancer and $150 to you when you open a new checking account with direct deposit and make 3 online bill payments at Fifth Third Bank, the Curious Bank.
Two-sport athlete Matt Williams on right now. He played first base in game 1. He pitched both games yesterday. He's on to pitch here in game 2. Grand Valley needs 4 outs to clinch this one, but Findlay not going quietly. This inning started with a fly ball to center field. Burkett got a walk after Schrock was retired on a grounder. Kevin Hallberg walked Schweer. His second walk of the inning spelled the end of his day. And now Williams is on, trying to get Cameron Johnson for the 3rd out here in the 6th inning. 4-1 Grand Valley on top. Lakers won the first game. If Grand Valley can hang on to win this one, Grand Valley will move into first place in its division in the GLIAC after a doubleheader sweep today of Northwood by Wayne State. So some big outs to be had here for Matt Williams. Did well in his stint at the mound yesterday. Big guy, got a lot of stuff. Jamie Detillion said he was trying to overthrow, or he was overthrowing early in the season, but he's been much better of late. Here's Cameron Johnson, 1 for 2, a strikeout, safe on an error in the 5th, and in between a walk. Matt Williams on to face the freshman. It's Cameron Johnson. Outfield not too deep, infield back. Grand Valley just needs an out at any base, and they might get it right here in the air toward right field. Potts coming on, should be easy, it is. And on the first pitch, Matt Williams ends the inning on the fly ball to right. We head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Another chance for the Lakers to add to that 3-run lead.
You didn't used to hear much in a library. Well, this is no typical library.
The Mary Ida Pugh Library Learning and Information Commons on the Allendale campus has been receiving praise and acclaim from the moment it opened its doors in 2013.
The design came after watching and listening to students, but it also came with Grand Valley's high standards of design and environmental responsibility. The library just earned the highest level of LEED certification by the U.S. Green Building Council. It was awarded platinum status. This library has energy management features that include underfloor air distribution, super efficient exterior walls, a heat recovery system, and a rainwater-fed irrigation system. These save the environment and operating costs. When the university saves money, it can better manage tuition and other costs to students. Now that should give students in this library something to talk about. For Around Grand Valley, I'm Mary Eileen Lyon.
Well, if Grand Valley feels the need to add to its run total, they've got the right crew available right now. Mike Nadrotowski, who's been on 3 times, a walk, a single, and hit by a pitch. scored a run. He'll lead off here in the last half of the 6th inning. 7-inning contest here in Game 2, necessitated by the extra innings of Game 1. Normally in the GLIAC, first game 7, second game is 9. But when this game went to an 8th inning today, that prompts the change, which kicks in automatically. Second game is 7. And here's Nadro facing the reliever, Peril, who came on to strike out Skipper. It's 4-1 Grand Valley. Lakers would like to get a couple of insurance markers here for Matt Williams. Going to the 7th inning. Count even now. And Colin Peril, 6'3", 235. He's a big guy out there. Nadrutowski's been on a lot of pitches here today, and did that one hit him? Very nearly, just at the last moment got out of the way. Good base runner, good leadoff hitter, excellent outfielder is Mike Nadrutowski. Played all year last season without an error in center field. Something like 52 games, I think, for Mike. He's right on that one, and he blisters that ball right back up the middle for a base knock. Peril had to face that one at his own peril. He got out of the way. We've had 2 balls back up the middle. One almost tore the head off Cody Carl. That was the ball hit, I believe, by Zach early in the contest. And then Nadro gets on for the 4th time in this ball game. And I think you'll see Grand Valley get aggressive here. Grand Valley is going to pinch hit for Jesse Abel here. It'll be Patrick Bobolts. Nice gesture here by Jamie Detillion to get one of his seniors in during his last home date at Grand Valley. Bobolts, one of the catchers on this squad, takes that pitch a little bit low.
Pinch hitting for the Lakers, number 18, Pat Bobolts.
Senior from Middleville. Played junior college baseball before arriving in Grand Valley. That was not a good-looking throw over the first base there, as Burkett had to pick it out of the dirt. When Nadrutowski, you throw him past the first baseman with Nadro on, he might make it to third, which is not what you want to see happen. Bobolt's right back to the screen and over the building, right up in our broadcast position there. 1-1, the count to the pinch hitter, Patrick Bobolts. Nadrutowski not on the go. Here's a ball hit back up the middle. Do they turn 2? They do. Well, Nadrutowski held up there. He wanted to try to induce the second baseman to come over and try to tag him, in which case he would have gone for a rundown. But Bobolts was not quite able to beat the return throw to first base. So a nice play by Cameron Johnson to get Peril out of difficulty. And here's Kevin Zach. And what could be the last at bat of his home career. Zach has had a good ball game today. Sacrificed in the first inning, a single, and he walked, reached third before being retired. Kevin Zach would like to go out with a flourish here if this is the last opportunity to play on this field. One and one the count with 2 gone after the double play. Zach in the air to center. Fairly deep but playable out there. Schweer near the track, and Zach makes a bid for a home run, but instead it's a long fly ball out, and we head to the top of the 7th. 3 outs to go for Grand Valley for a sweep. The Lakers lead Findlay 4-1.
Students are enrolling in record numbers at Grand Valley. This fall, the campus welcomed a record number of first-year students, bringing the total number enrolled to more than 25,000, hitting a major milestone for the university. The percentage of minority students is also a record high, as is the number of international and out-of-state students.
I chose Grand Valley because it offers a great education for an affordable price.
There are also enrollment increases in engineering, health professions, nursing, and business.
These increases show how the university's programs align with what students want and employers need.
Grand Valley has a track record students and parents count on. It has the third best graduation rate of all public universities in the state, and nearly 85% of recent graduates are staying in Michigan to begin their careers or graduate work. For Around Grand Valley, I'm Mary Eileen Lyon.
The Meadows Golf Course in the background, 48th Avenue. Beyond that, Grand Valley, a couple of people down in the bullpen talking about the end of the home baseball season here. Lakers lead at 4-1. And it will be hitters 3, 4, 5. Goulet, Jorgen, Adams to face Matt Williams here in the final frame if Grand Valley can get him out. Just outside to Goulet, the DH. Everybody who hits or might be hitting in this inning has been on base at least once today. It's on the outside edge from Matt Williams. Williams continues to go from the set. And with a 3-run lead, he wants to pound the zone, misses with the breaking ball that time. 2-1 the count on the leadoff man, Goulet. Went right through that one. Shows you that Matt's got some pretty good stuff working for him right now. Goulet struck out in the first inning. He's had 2 base hits in the time since then. 2-2 the count. He's been high with a couple of breaking balls, this batter. You would suspect that he's not going to go back to that pitch here in a full count situation. In the air and out of play, back over the top of us. On the ground, fair ball, nice play by Griffith. The ball came right over the bag and he takes it unassisted for out number 1. So a good battle there, won by the Grand Valley pitcher, Matt Williams. And that'll bring up Jorgen, the right fielder. Single for 3 today. Had a hit in his last at bat in the 5th inning. Hitting from the right side. Williams has that deliberate move, a little bit of hesitation as he starts toward the plate. A little bit of a leg kick, which you don't see very much of in baseball anymore. That one is poured right down the middle. Talk about this guy's versatility. He's a versatile baseball player. He's a versatile football player. That's a no-doubter there. 1-1. Two and 1 the count. Grand Valley's got nobody up throwing right now, so it's on Matt Williams with 2 outs to go in this one to see if the Lakers can get the sweep. That's fouled back over the screen. Two and 2 the count to Peter Jorgen, the right fielder for the University of Findlay. Now Williams takes a little bit too much time, and Jorgen is going to step out. With the breeze picking up, some of the dust is starting to kick up out there, which Matt Williams is not too concerned about right now. Breaking ball inside. And again, the count goes full here on a Findlay hitter. 3 and 2 to Jorgen. If you're Williams here, you just want to bring it right down the middle, let him put it in play. Do not want to walk him. And that's going to be a base hit to center field. Nadrachowski gets over to cut it off in time. Big turn by Jorgen. Nadro gets it back in. A 1-out hit on the 3-2 pitch by Jorgen, his second hit of the ball game. And that'll bring up Austin Adams, the left fielder. Jamie Detillion won't mind that. He does not want to walk a guy in that situation. Jorgen got it in play, got a base hit. Adams watches that one sail by for strike one. Fastball command has not really been a problem for Williams during his stint here on the hill. Breaking ball's been a different story. Might have to come up with a breaking ball here against this lefty, though. That one just misses outside. Boy, Grand Valley would like something on one hard bounce to a middle infielder here and get this one to the clubhouse. Adams stands in calmly. Williams misses again, 2-1. 7 hits now for Findlay, 9 for Grand Valley. It's a good pitch there, great location. Low on the black to the outside part of the plate, 2-2. Kind call there from Matt Williams. Adams digging in. This is in the air toward left. This should be toward the gap and through. It's going to be up against the fence, should score a run. Nadrachowski chases it down. Findlay will score here. The runner will be held at second. The batter, that is, and it's a double to make it a 4-2 ball game. Adams has had a fine day. He really stands in there well. Had some hits in the first ball game. That's his first hit today, but he has had good swings in pretty much every at bat. So the 2-base hit scores a run. Jorgen crosses. And with a man at second, the tying run comes to the plate. And they're going to bat for Valdez, and this is going to be Jordan Garcia. The junior catcher from Fremont who steps in now. That's on the ground. Smith getting over there. Will he have a play at first? He's going to try it. It's an infield hit. Might have done well to just swallow that one. He bounced it over there, but Griffith was not going to let it get by him. 2 on now with 1 out. And this will bring up Troy Merriman. Williams got the ground ball he was looking for, but it was in the hole between third and short. So the job not yet done, and the Lakers still facing a threat here in the 7th inning. That curveball hangs a little bit high to Troy Merriman. A walk and a double, flew out to center in his last at bat. Jamie Detillion coming out to talk to Matt Williams right now, and with nobody throwing, it's a tactical visit from the manager. He's got nobody else to go to right now, and he wants to just get Matt Williams back on task. Merriman's a good hitter. Had a double earlier in the contest. Short stay on the mound. 2-0 count to the freshman, who's played all 4 games at third base here this weekend. Two and one now to Troy Merriman. Taken all the way on that 2-0 pitch. One swing of the bat could change the outcome of this one right here. Go ahead, run at the plate for Findlay. Foul tip, it looked like. Swinging strike 2 for Merriman. So since the boss came out, it's been 2 fastballs. Matt Williams needs 1 more here to take care of this dangerous hitter. On deck is Burkett, the first baseman. Inside, ball 4, and the bases are loaded. And Williams did not like that call at all. But they work him for the walk, and this one is starting to go quite badly for Matt Williams in his relief stint. Well, I don't think he's got much of an argument there. That ball was a little bit down in the zone and toward the inside. And Merriman works him for a walk, and here's Burkett. Grand Valley's still going to play in double play depth. The outfielder's backing up just slightly, I think, in this situation. Boy, and he keeps trying to get that secondary pitch over and hasn't had any success with it during his stint here today. Fastball's been fine. The breaking ball giving Matt Williams a little bit of difficulty as he comes to a set position. There we go. Grand Valley's got Overbeck at third, Smith at short, Kevin Zach at second, Josh Griffith. Those are the guys on the infield right now. Went for the high fastball that time. Foul tipped it into the glove of Connor Glick. 1-2. Oh, he got him off speed, and Burkett couldn't find it. Matt Williams gets the second out of the inning. So we're going to get a pinch hitter here for the shortstop Schrock, and the man coming into the ball game will be Anthony Andrzejak. First action for him. Freshman from Hinckley, Ohio. Big left-handed hitter facing Matt Williams. Still a lot of different things that can happen here. Kind of tough coming in off the bench cold after being on the sideline the whole game. Matt Williams has been involved much of the afternoon. His adrenaline is doing just fine. Number 7 on the hill facing Andrzejak, the left-handed hitter. One more out to go for Grand Valley if they can find a way to get it. And that is off the plate for ball 1. Both teams with 9 hits now in this contest. This is up the middle, speared by Williams. Gonna have to toss it across, and just barely is able to do so without incident. Been some crazy plays at first base for Grand Valley today, some of them involving Matt Williams, but he throws out the pinch hitter to end this contest, and Grand Valley gets the doubleheader sweep here, winning the second game by the score of 4-2. The Lakers come back from 2 down in their last at bat to tie it in the first game, score in the 8th to win 7-6. They win the second game by the score of 4-2. And with that doubleheader victory, Grand Valley moves into first place in its division. All in all, some hair-raising moments, but a good senior day at Grand Valley as the Lakers take 2 from Findlay today, 3 out of 4 in the series, and move back to the top of the standings in the Clear. For Bill Cuppy and the rest of our broadcast crew, I'm Tom Cleary. Thanks for joining us this weekend for all the action of Grand Valley baseball on the Grand Valley Sports Network.